We'll get started. Good afternoon and welcome to the special meeting for the Toowoomba Regional Council. This meeting is open to the public and also will be live streamed. I would like to thank all of those who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone who is watching via Council's social media channels. So I open the meeting. I acknowledge the Mayor, Paul Antonio, the Portfolio Leader, Councillor Bill Carl, the Councillors, the Chief Executive, Brian Pridgeon, General Manager Stuart Summers and the Planning and Development Group. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarowa peoples, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the acknowledge the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. So we move to item number 2, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declarations of a conflict of interest. So I note Councillor Shine's leave of absence. Do we have any requests for a granting of leave? Councillor Carl?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to request a leave of absence for Wednesday the 3rd of February.
Sorry, say that again. Wednesday?
Wednesday, the 3rd of February. That's the next scheduled special meeting of Council.
I think that one's been cancelled, hasn't it?
I've still got it in there, just in case.
No.
If it doesn't go ahead, then I'm safe.
Sorry.
Could I have someone move Councillor Carl's leave of absence? Councillor Vonhoff and Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? It's carried if it does go ahead. So do I have any declarable conflict of interest?
Madam Chair, if I may, in respect to item 4, MCUC 2019-3624, material change of use, code and environmentally relative activity, extension to extractive industry and environmentally relevant activity. Extracting and screening, 100,000 to 1 million tonne per annum, located in Lot 1, SP 299361 to Stewart Street. Lot 918, RP 844703, 3-13A Munro Street, and 1 to 23 Stewart Street, Harlexton, and Lot 293, Jones Street, Ballard, Queensland. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act of 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because my self-managed superannuation fund owns a freehold quarry that is leased, which could in fact be a competitor with the subject quarry. I'll be dealing with this declarable conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, councillors, we move to item 3, which is the suspension of standing orders. So do I have someone move that we suspend standing orders? Councillor O'Shea, Councillor McDonald, all those in favour? It's carried. So we move to item number 4, making note of Councillor Antonio's declaration on item number 2. So I'm not going to read out that whole big title again, but we have Senior Planner Rodney O'Brien to speak to us about it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. The report outlines the assessment of a development application for material change of use for an extension to the Harlexton Quarry. In full, that's an application for a development permit for material change of use code, extension to extractive industry and environmentally relevant activity, extracting other than by dredging and screening over 100,000 tonnes per annum and below 1 million tonnes per annum. The extension involves an additional extraction area of approximately 1.2 hectares. However, it's noted that there are no proposed changes to the current operations of the quarry in terms of volumes of material extracted or screened. The hours of operation remain the same, staff numbers and the vehicle numbers and types of vehicles using the site will remain the same. Essentially, it is adding an additional site area to the edge of the quarry pit to better utilise the existing pit over time and to obviously gain more of the resource that's available. It will extend the life of the quarry, but as to how long, that is uncertain because it would depend on the rate of the material being extracted.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, could we just have the pointer on the actual lot that we're talking about?
Right. So,
Yep.
as you can, it's a bit slow, so I'm not used to this,
Thank
but
you.
as you can see, that's the quarry pit. The additional area adding to the existing extraction areas is this little section down here. There is a better plan. If we move through that. Wendy, if we could just sit on that second figure, please. So as outlined in green there, that shows the additional extraction area. It also shows the original allotments that were part of that area and the road reserve, which is now being closed, allowing the joining of the additional area and the existing extraction area. So the quarry has operated since around 1960, predating any planning scheme provisions. It's what we call continuing existing lawful use. It does not have a council approval at this point in time, but it does have state government approvals for the extractive industry environmentally relevant activities. So essentially there's no change to what's happening on the site except for the fact that it will happen to an additional part of the quarry land. So the subject land lies in both the Toowoomba Regional Council local government area and the Lockyer Valley Regional Council local government areas. With 27 of the 29 land parcels that make up the subject land are actually in the Toowoomba region. And in accordance with the Planning Act, the Minister has determined that Toowoomba Regional Council is the assessment manager for the application, and the Lockyer Valley Regional Council is a referral agency and is a concurrence agency, however, without the powers to direct council to refuse the application. Noting that Lockyer Valley have provided a referral agency response with a few conditions that are outlined in the report. The subject land is, if we go to that same figure we had before, please, Wendy. Right, so if the subject land is in the extractive industry zone and the application is therefore code assessable under the planning scheme, the land is also in the Harlexton Key Resource Area, which is shown in figure 4. And noting that the additional extraction area, which is really essentially what this proposal is all about, lies within the resource processing area of the Key Resource Area. So the Key Resource Area is an instrument devised by the state government, which goes along with the state planning policy. It reflects the state interests of mining and extractive resources. And when the application is being assessed, it's assessed against council's planning scheme, but also the state planning policy. The state planning policy is a higher order planning document, and if there's any inconsistencies, the state planning policy will prevail. However, the subject land, as I said before, is in the extractive industry zone, so it reflects that key resource area designation. The development application required referral to the State Assessment Referral Agency for the potential impact on state transport infrastructure because it exceeded the thresholds in the planning regulation. And for the fact that the site adjoins a state heritage place, being the railway, and for the fact that the environmentally relevant activity is a concurrent ERA that requires referral. All referral agency responses were received with conditions as attached to the report and discussed in the report. Being code accessible, there's no opportunity for public notification of the application or no requirement for that. However, several residents did contact council during the application process, outlining concerns about the existing impacts of dust, noise, vibration, and also expressing concerns that by approving this application we would be prolonging the life of the quarry and prolonging those impacts that were raised as concerns. And also noting that it's not a desirable land use in such close proximity to an urban area. However, the issues in relation to dust, noise and vibration have been considered in the assessment and as outlined in the report. And assessment has found that the proposed development generally complies with the relevant assessment benchmarks and or can be conditioned to comply. And it's therefore recommended that the application be approved per the recommendation. Also noting that Section 60 of the Planning Act specifies that for a code accessible application, the assessment manager, being council, must approve the application if the application complies with the assessment benchmarks or if it can achieve compliance with the imposition of conditions, which in this case is what's being recommended. Just before closing, there are two issues to mention that have come to light since the publication of the report on the website. And these involve, firstly, a potential change to the approved use condition to include an upper limit on the ancillary activity of hot metal forming activities on the site. And this would be to ensure consistency of an approval with the recommended approved noise report. So at the moment in the report, inadvertently we have reflected the current environmental activity as approved by the state in our condition, stating that the approval doesn't change any of those limits. However, we would like to see a limit on the metal forming, hot forming activities, which are just ancillary activities for the maintenance and repair of equipment, which are carried out in the workshop of the site.
Sorry, Madam Chair, could you just repeat what that extra amount is, Rodney? I just missed that.
Sure. Through the chair. So, so basically we have no upper limit for this activity of hot forming, metal forming, hot forming. However, we would like to put an upper limit of 11,000 tonnes.
Oh, so I through you, Madam Chair, I misunderstood. I thought that was there now and wanted to have an upper limit, no upper limit. So it's, there is, okay, thank you. Yeah, I support.
The second issue was raised by the applicant since the publication of the report on the website. Condition 21 has a daytime noise criteria between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. of 50 dBA, 50 decibels. However, the applicant notes that the environmental authority, which has been issued but won't take effect unless this development application is actually approved, has an upper limit, has a daytime noise criteria of 54 decibels, which is essentially a lower limit, if you like. essentially more noise, slightly more noise can be made from the site. However, it's noted that the background levels are already at 54 decibels, partly because of the existing operations of the quarry, which are approved, and partly because of other noise sources, potentially with some impacts from the New England Highway. So, yeah, we're just highlighting that there is an inconsistency, and it would be probably preferable from an ongoing compliance point of view to have the two levels the same, so that if there is ever an issue or a complaint, there is just that one level to refer back to.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Sorry, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. To be clear, Rodney, are you saying that 50 decibels, the recommendation from the officers then is that becomes 54? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Which is consistent with the state level. That's right. So, councillors, questions? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few. Through you to the applicant, and perhaps we can address that when the applicant's addressing us. What's the projected life of this quarry, considering the residential growth that's in the area and the amenity of those residents, I suppose? And I guess that's of concern to me. I mean, lifetime changes, extractive industry very important to growth and building and everything, as we know. But I guess that for me, the world has changed since the quarry started there, and there are quite a lot of people living up in that area, and that would be, you know, I mean, it's very difficult to run a quarry and meet and look after the environment at the same time. And it really doesn't matter what sort of requirements we put on them. I guess that's the other thing that I note here, that for people living in the area, that this operations, even though it's less on a Sunday, there's still operations on that site on the Sunday. So it's 7 days a week. It may not be 54, but, you know, I mean, when you've got constant noise every day, I think the lease there is, I suppose, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m, 35, so...
So there's your two questions there, Councillor
thank you.
Taylor. Yeah, thank you, Rodney. Would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond, firstly, in regard to the life of the quarry, as there is no specified life period, it probably would be best put to the applicant, that particular question. But in regard to activities on Sunday, I note that condition 19 states that general site activities are limited to between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 7 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. Saturday. Maintenance works can occur between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday to Sunday.
Lots of things can be maintenance work.
Okay. Was there
So
any...
essentially extraction and screening would be ruled out.
So just a question on that, just as a follow-up. Maintenance work can include heavy machinery and whatever, pushing earth around, I guess. Is that the case? That's what I understand it to be. You're not extracting, but you are pushing things around there.
Through the Chair, my interpretation of maintenance would be more restrictive than that. It would be more about maintaining equipment and general activities, because pushing material around is actually part of the general operations of the extraction.
Thank you.
Councillors? Councillor Nancy Summerfield. Sorry, Nancy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for that, Rodney. I just wondered, one of the things that occurs is encroachment, and you think about the showgrounds, the new showgrounds out at Glenvale, and how all the development occurred around there afterwards, and then they started complaining about the show making too much dust and that sort of thing. So my question here is, was the quarry there first or the residents? And whether you know that, when the quarry was first approved and when the residents were built. I actually looked to see any sort of sale history on the potentially the closest homes there, but I couldn't find anything online to see, you know, how long they'd been there or anything like that. So I'm just wondering who came first, I guess.
Through the chair, what I am aware of is some historical imagery that was provided with the application, which goes back to around 1960, and you could see the quarry was well and truly underway. I think the railway came before that in the 50s, and the quarry was being serviced by the railway, and also, but the applicant would know more of the history. However, there were some houses in the area, but that is obviously infilled over time.
Speaking to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't know if you called that or not.
So that's all we know at this point in time. Thank you. So if I could just have a second question, please, Madam Chair. So given the close proximity of a number of those houses, and 3 were identified as being closest, and they are quite close, I think it's 140 to 210 metres in the various homes. I'm just wondering, have the issues of dust and noise been identified and dealt with in this process?
Yeah. Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, there are some receptors there. There is a figure showing that in attachment 2. Please, Wendy. I think it's the last figure. Right. Okay. Now, you can see the existing pit. And you can see the 3 closest sensitive receptors that aren't owned by Quarry Products Proprietary Limited. There are some closer ones, however, they're not owned. They're under that ownership. The actual extension area is up here, which is further away. So with, essentially from some re-benching, which is also going down below that level, site level. Apart from that, and continued use of that pit area, the application is really about the extension area, which is actually further away.
If I could just follow on question there, does that mean then, Rodney, that maybe I can ask the applicant this, that part of the quarry, the existing, is not going to be used? It's only going to be over in the extension now?
No, that's not correct. The whole quarry will still be used. Essentially, it's joining the existing quarry extraction area with the new area, so that the whole system can be redesigned and re-benched so that it can actually go down deeper and be a more effective quarry pit to get more of the resource. So they'll still be utilising the existing areas as well.
Councillor McMahon?
Thanks, Chair. Couple of questions. This is a code accessible application, right? So as you've pointed out in the report, code accessible means there isn't an opportunity for public submissions. But it's before us because it's controversial in nature. Is that generally speaking how it goes? So I'm just wondering if, we haven't consulted really the public here, and it's albeit code accessible, it's still controversial in nature. If there's any scope that we could have consulted with the public and the residing landowners before this point. Maybe that's a comment rather than a question, but
I might get Rodney to comment on that. That's a good point that you make, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. The assessment process has to run in accordance with the Planning Act, so we have to follow those processes. There is no availability for public consultation unless the applicant decided that they wanted to do some public consultation. They could go ahead and do that outside of the process or as part of the background for the application. But it probably wouldn't be the right thing for council to go outside of that process and talk to people because it potentially could be conflicting with the process.
Okay, she'll follow up, Chair, if I may. 29, page 29 of the report says it's further from sensitive receptors than current quarry. I just also had a question around the closest receptors map, which is page 58 of the report. And there appears to be houses closer to it than that. They're owned by the quarry, you said?
Yeah.
Through the Chair, that's correct.
Sure, and my main concern was if we could bring that map up, figure 6, which is the next one after this, those blocks to the north of the easternmost red dot, so those north ones just below the proposed area where the mouse is now, are they owned by quarry or are they privately owned? Is there plans for houses? What's those blocks' story?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that question about
Were
the
you able
ownership.
to get the overlay for that? On what, maybe we can just,
We can...
They're zoned as low to medium density residential on figure 2.
okay, yeah.
Through the Chair, I suppose the comment on that would be the existence of site constraints on those sites for building dwellings. They are long, narrow sites, so there probably is some limitations there. However, if we look at the key resource area mapping, which is figure 4, I think, Randy, yeah. We can see that they're actually outside of the separation area, so theoretically, there's, in terms of the extractive industry, there's no requirements there. So someone could potentially look at building, but there may be some other constraints such as vegetation, biodiversity, and things like that.
Okay, no, if we're not sure, that's fine, but I mean, either way, it would have been good to know if they're privately owned, are they going to be developed at some point and now losing value because of a quarry right next door? Or if they're owned by the quarry, are they going to be their next proposed quarry site? Are they going to keep expanding? So just the nature of those blocks there would have been an important inclusion. But no, that's all my questions. Thanks very much.
Councillors, further questions? Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this is appropriate, but I seem to remember, since amalgamation, sitting here and having a matter come to us on this quarry. I thought it was for the closure of Stewart Street or something. I'm not sure. Is there any knowledge around that?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, this would be something that our Infrastructure Services Group would have dealt with.
No, it came to a planning meeting, and it may well have been early after 2008.
Stuart may know something about that.
I do recall it coming, but I think basically, I mean, the decision on whether it's closed or not ultimately with the state government, and I think we were consulted as per normal, and the state government made a decision to close it.
No, I don't believe that's what it was. I don't know, but obviously no one's got knowledge of it.
Okay.
Surely we would have, just on that anyway, should that have been the case, Stuart, surely Council has some pushback on a closure of a road.
Well, it is Crown land.
Well, it's all Crown land, so is Ruthven Street.
And the ultimate closure of the road rests with state government. And we are consulted in that process, and I think my recollection is the process of closing Stewart Street was exactly that. There was an application made to state government, and the state government consulted with council, and as a consequence of the process, they closed Stewart Street, that end of Stewart Street.
No vision.
Pardon?
No vision. Anyway, I don't think that's what I'm talking about, but if we have no knowledge of it, it's okay. I'm sorry to raise it.
Councillor Carl?
Do you remember that?
Matt, did you?
Thanks, Thanks, Madam Chair. Rodney, I've got it clear in my mind. I think you've mentioned it there before. The key resource area you outlined there on that previous map, which includes those blocks that Councillor Tim was mentioning. Yeah, that highlighted it. It's within the key resource area. And if I've heard correctly, the state planning policy trumps the local town planning scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. Just firstly, those blocks, the long, narrow ones, are actually outside of the KRA area.
No, the designated area. Oh, okay. So,
yeah, sure. They're outside of both the extraction, resource processing and the separation area. They're just, I'll point to that.
I know the new,
Yeah, behind
the
it,
new,
sorry.
the new
Sort
lot
of just here outside. The actual
outside.
KRA, yeah.
The expanded area.
But the expanded area, which is
Yeah, that's
we're
what I'm talking about.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Is within the processing area.
Yeah, that's within the key resource area.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I'm correct in my statement saying that the state planning policies override the town planning scheme.
Yeah, to the extent, if there's an inconsistency, to the extent of the inconsistency, but it is a higher order
So
instrument.
I'm a bit miffed by the buffers. There appears to be. I'm still unclear as to the extent of the buffer and what percentage of the buffers exist within the boundary of the quarry, and what if there are any designated buffers under the state planning policy outside of the footprint of the quarry.
Okay. The lighter shaded area is the separation area or the buffer?
So that goes into
so
that goes into residential land.
No, in this case, it actually follows pretty well the edge of the existing extraction area,
Okay.
and that's a bit unusual, but that must be just how it occurred historically. But it also, as you can see around here, it goes into some rural areas, into some rural zone land, some community facility zone land to the east, which is council bushland essentially. But from my review, doesn't actually go into any residential areas.
Yeah, there's no encroachment into residential
Not
land
that I
as
can see.
designated on that planning scheme. Okay, thanks. But it's an important point that we get rolled by the state planning policy on
There are some other key resource areas around, for example, Drayton, where the separation area does actually go into adjoining rural residential land that I'm aware of, and it wouldn't be that unusual that it actually goes beyond, and that's to try to control the development on that.
yeah, and this
land, to protect the resource.
yeah, but the point I make is it potentially sterilises neighbouring properties from highest and best use in the future. That's one side of the argument. The other side is, and Councillor Nancy mentioned it, this is a classic example, a legacy we have to deal with now, generations later, from poor town planning in coordination and the state correctly identifying their footprint for things like key resource areas, and we get to deal with it. And I urge everyone in the room, not just councillors but anyone in the gallery, to be involved in the planning scheme review that's coming, because we need to identify key areas like this so that our children and grandchildren don't have to sit around a table dealing with this sort of stuff. Anyway, there's a bit emotive, but and it doesn't really stick to the planning matters at hand, but it's a classic point in case. And I'm disturbed that the state planning policies are as untidy as they are around identifying key resource areas and other such corridors for major infrastructure as well. It's been a continual battle ever since I've been this council, this amalgamated councils.
Thanks, Councillor Carr.
Agreed.
Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Rodney. I've got a few here, Madam Chair, if you'll indulge me. The first is a reiteration of Councillor Taylor's question that has been referred to the applicant about the life of the quarry. I too would like that answer, please. Clarification, please, Rodney, on page 20... sorry, it's not page 29. It might be section... condition 29. Let me find it.
Air quality and amenity, 29.
No, it talks about, it's one of the officer comments, and it talks about that there is no change to the hours of operations or the extraction. And that confuses me, because then why have we conditioned, why are the upper limits of the extraction and the applicable noise limits here something that we've conditioned when this report says that there's no difference in the hours of operation?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. That's correct. There are no changes to the hours of the operation or the volumes of material that are allowed to be extracted and screened at the site. The difference is that it's happening on an additional area of the site. So that does bring into question some potential changes in impacts. For example, noise, because you've got a different noise sources now because they're in a different location spatially, so they could have different impacts on different receptors. Also noting that council's never had the opportunity to put conditions on this use before until now. It's not uncommon that council has conditions around noise and air quality and other impacts as well as the state. The worst case scenario, I suppose, is where a state ERA may change or fall away out of the legislation, and then at least you've still got the council approval and conditions as well.
Page 27 of the report, 27 of 45, the landslide hazard overlay code, one of the acceptable outcomes listed under C is that in high-risk areas shown on the landslide overlay maps, development must not involve vegetation clearing. And I wanted some clarification on that too, please, because then when I go to the attachments, it certainly looks like there would be vegetation clearing.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. So that's correct. That is an acceptable outcome. In this case, the applicant or the application hasn't been able to meet that outcome. Therefore, we turn to the performance outcome to see whether we think that it complies with that. So the performance outcome says development maintains the safety of people and property from the risk of landslide. And for some of the reasons outlined in the officer comments there, given that quarrying is a very regulated activity, it's got to be done safely. So it's not only that, but the actual any potential landslip and fall is, apart from on the edges of the quarry there, is going to be into the site itself as opposed to towards other properties. Obviously, there needs to be some recognition of proper geotechnical engineering around the edges to ensure that it's not causing an impact on adjoining properties as well. And that comes down to ongoing rehabilitation of the site, and that being done, with proper vegetation and proper stormwater management and erosion and sediment control.
And is that something that we check?
Who monitors it?
Okay.
I might just add, again, this is getting to the heart of the sort of planning that we have in Queensland. It's called performance planning. The two columns there, one's performance outcomes and the other is acceptable outcomes, not prescribed outcomes. So it's very important to understand the difference there, because there are many cases where an acceptable outcome may not be suitable. In fact, may be the reverse to that. So you look at the planning scheme and the way it's written, and this is in accordance with the legislation that's been in place for the last 2 or 3 pieces of separate legislation that's come from the state. And each time it's reinforced to a greater extent the performance element of planning schemes and planning controls, so that it's not prescriptive, it's performance-based, and it's about looking at what the performance elements might be. So you have your P01 there, which says development maintains the safety of people and property from the risk of landslide. That's the key, and then there's some acceptable outcomes. There's no reason why a developer has to comply with every single one of those. It's not part of the deal. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I think we've had this misunderstanding before in terms of that. Yep.
Okay. And just on the point of who monitors that, the rehabilitation, there is a rehabilitation plan that, and the conditions of the approval, the recommended conditions say that the use must be carried out in accordance with that plan, which has a lot of measures in there, and including the ones I just mentioned. So there's no actual regime for monitoring that from council's point of view. It's just something like a lot of the conditions that the applicant has to comply with. If there's an issue brought to council's attention, for example, then it could become a compliance issue.
Councillor Von Hoff, you're still going?
I am.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Madam
That's
Chair.
right.
I'd also like the applicant to address the question that Councillor McMahon raised about those properties. We weren't able to answer the question about the future potential increase in the footprint again that takes in those properties. So it would be great if that could be addressed. And then, Madam Chair, in light of the suspension of standing orders, and at your discretion and at the discretion of my fellow councillors, I understand that this is code accessible, but it has come before us, and we do have some people in the gallery today, and this decision directly affects them. So I would, at your discretion, very much like to hear from some of those people, and maybe at a minimum, Martin Kerry, if he is happy to speak. Madam Chair.
So I was going to allow one submitter, but since it's a request, yes, so Martin
Yes,
can speak
I
to, and they'll have strictly 5 minutes each. So we'll get to that after we've finished.
Thank you,
the
Madam Chair.
questions.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I guess, Councillor O'Shea, you go.
You're done?
Yep, thanks.
So thanks, Madam Chair. Probably a few more questions may have been answered, but I guess the more we talk about this, I guess the biggest question that I think comes back to me again is that if this extension was to be granted, does it adversely impact those that are living around it in any way, as opposed to how it does, say, yesterday? So I understand, like reading, do you know what I mean? So there's all these issues that are being raised around noise, around vibrations, around light, around environmental impacts, all of that, and just reading it. So that, I think, is the biggest issue for amenity of those that live in that area. So is this report, and is all of these things suggesting that there will be no adverse impact on those living around this if the extension is granted? Am I reading that? Is that how that's been assessed?
Thank you, Councillor, through the Chair. So we've got a situation where we've got an existing lawful use that's operating with an environmental authority, and the applicant wants to basically project that into a little bit more land, but still operate the same use. So the application has demonstrated that there'll be no changes to those impacts in terms of noise, air quality, and traffic. And that's you know, it's quite a complex issues there, but with traffic, because we're not increasing the rate of extraction the applicant's allowed to undertake, and also just the physical capacity to be able to extract material. It will be the same or similar amounts of traffic in and out of the site, so that's not going to change in terms of impacts. The noise, they can already operate at that noise level, at the noise levels we're talking about, including with the change with the 54 decibels. So that won't change. I suppose the obvious thing that will change is there will be potential for more material over time to be extracted from the site. So therefore, whatever impacts there are now, they will perceivably go in over a longer time frame, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Happy with that, Councillor O'Shea? I guess, can I just ask further to that then? You said earlier that you said it's a lawful use, Rodney, but it has never been conditioned before. What is that? It's never been conditioned by us, but it's been conditioned by the Environmental Authority. Yes?
That's correct.
So am I to understand that the expansion now is going to have more onerous or the same sort of conditioning that the Environmental Authority has had, or will it be a chance to actually have better sort of conditioning than the existing?
Yeah, it's a good question. In a lot of ways, the Environmental Authority is much more detailed in the conditioning in terms of requirements for monitoring and control of the emissions. We have slightly more generic approach to some of those issues, like dust control. However, we still do have the conditions there. I suppose it's adding another agency into the mix that can potentially deal with ongoing compliance. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily that we are ending up with a situation where it's any more onerous. It's just, and it is a slightly academic question in a way too, because the fact is that it didn't need an approval before, but now it does need an approval because it's got this extra area of land.
I suppose what I'm getting at is this a chance for the residents to... How responsive is the Environmental Authority to complaints of dust and noise and blasting, and that's what I want to know.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, to be fair, it's probably best to ask the residents that, because I understand that they have tried to contact over the years to the department,
Yes, they have.
whereas I haven't.
Indeed,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, just to clarify that, the reason there is no planning approval is because the quarry has been existing and was created by a state government agency way back before the
Railways,
1960s. So it's what's called an existing lawful use, because it was there prior to any planning schemes being in existence. And there are a number of uses around the region and across the state and across the nation, in fact, that are in that situation. But what we have an opportunity to do here is to actually place over it an additional blanket of control through the planning scheme. Now, they need a planning approval for what they're doing, given the changes, and we have the opportunity to have an additional set of eyes, i.e. council's eyes, looking at what's going on there. Because regardless of whether this is approved or not, the quarry will continue. The quarry will continue to operate. It's not going to stop the quarry tomorrow, and what it does, it just additionally reinforces a lot of those conditions on dust and noise and traffic and what have you.
Can I ask one more question? I'm just not sure whether Rodney, you might be best placed. So with figure 4, Wendy, just outlining the KRA, so I guess it goes a little bit to Councillor McMahon's questions about the other additional lots there. So down on this bit that sweeps down the bottom there, so that is not entirely owned by the existing quarry? Is it some of that land is council land, you said?
Council land up the top, I think.
In that,
In this area?
yes.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
Separation areas.
Well, what I'm getting at is there potential for all of that within the KRA to be mined at some stage, no matter who the ownership is?
First of all, it would need, if it's council-owned land, it would need council's permission to lodge an application. And also it wouldn't be consistent with the state planning policy.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick one here, I guess. Just the defining thing here, Stuart, is that this was established by the railways, and the state government would never have had to get planning approval anyway. So the fact is that it was a state government quarry, essentially, and it's just been picked up and gone on as if it was still a state government quarry. So I guess I come back, and I have got questions for both parts of it, but I think it's a little bit unfair that that has happened, and that's probably clouded the issue, that it was the state government, like the schools. They don't have to have any planning approval for a school or any state government building. Who monitors the dust and the stuff? It's all very well for us to be putting these guidelines and different things on here. I know that we haven't got the capability to be going around checking on all these things. So how does this work in that we putting these guidelines down here, acceptable performance things, but who monitors it and controls it?
Thank you. Through the chair. Rather than me answering that question, I might just invite Luke, our environmental officer.
Thank you.
So perhaps, Luke, you could just introduce yourself and your position. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Luke Jackson. I'm Senior Environmental Officer for Council. Councillor through the Chair. In an instance where an operation has an environmental authority, but also a development application, the Environmental Planning Act devolves some issues to Council unless there is some type of other approval. So Joe Blow around the corner that's operating a sales yard, repairing mowers, that would be devolved to Council because it doesn't require an ERA, an environmental authority. In this instance here, we have an existing quarry with an existing environmental authority. Throughout the development application process, they've sought to amend it, and the state has preferred a new environmental authority that would be enacted, as Rod has already mentioned, that if this is approved, then this new environmental authority comes in place. So noise, dust, vibration, overpressure, lighting, all of that has conditions within an environmental authority currently, and those conditions would continue if this was approved.
Follow-up question to that, because this was a state government, it's just continued on in private ownership. Is this an opportunity then to start with a clean slate with this?
I can't speak on behalf of the state. There's an element of whether this council would like to see some improvements.
Indeed.
It depends on what the assessment criteria are that you are basing it on. So, for example, for noise, as has already been said several times already, this quarry could continue at its current operation within its current life of mine and current pit boundaries, operating with the current ERA conditions no matter what. Councillor O'Shea asked a question about whether or not the proposed pit expansion would see an increase in impacts. So it's not so much about the impacts, but the Environmental Authority prescribes a noise limit for various times of day and also for different times of week, and also depending on what the activity is, drilling compared to normal operations, etc. It's all in the current Environmental Authority. So what we're assessing it against is, are they able to meet those conditions? The applicant has had discussions with the state about the increase from 50 decibel to 54 decibel. That would proceed whether or not this development application would be approved, because I believe the applicant, who can speak for themselves, would be looking for that increase anyway, and council would not have a say in it. So when I reviewed the reports were centred basically on, will the proposed pit expansion cause any additional impact above what people are currently experiencing, or can they comply with the current Environmental Authority conditions?
Follow up, if I might, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. It's a big scan between 100,000 tonne and 1 million tonne. Do we have any idea, and this would tell us whether it's going to be increased or whether it isn't, the activity there, do we have any idea what's actually being mined there now, what level it is? Because if it was, say, 500,000 tonne, if they're able to go to 1 million, then that would mean it would be doubled. So if it were 25% or if it whatever, so I think it's very, very legitimate to ask what the tonnage is there now, because the 1 million top, there's potential for the impacts on the residents to double.
Thank you, Luke. Are you
Chair,
able to? Yeah.
I was just reminded I didn't actually answer part of your question, and that was who does the monitoring. At the moment, council doesn't have any authority to do any compliance, so it would actually fall to the state. That said, there's also some conditions in the current Environmental Authority for the quarry to do monitoring itself and provide those reports to the state to prove that they are compliant. And I believe that is for dust and noise. And their reports that they've submitted to us are indicating that they are, for air quality, sitting very, very well. For noise, borderline, on compliant, slightly above, slightly under, and thus their discussions for seeking a slight increase in the daytime day noise.
Thank you very much.
So I hope I answered all of your questions.
Yeah.
Could we, and who's going to answer the question about the
Madam
the
Chair,
tonnage?
perhaps we can ask the proponent.
Okay, all right, lovely. Were there any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Rodney, I gather the conditions to this application, which is the slight expansion, given we haven't been able to condition the rest of it, will it condition the whole of the quarry?
That's what I meant, yeah.
Okay, this is a bit of a strange one, Councillor, because all the operations on the site, they don't only apply to the new extraction area, they apply over the whole site. For example, you've got screening and stockpiling down in the existing areas, operational areas. So yes, all of the land was included in the application and the conditions do actually apply to all of the land.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thanks,
Just
Rodney.
a follow-up question. We're obviously in a decision-making period. What's the time frame for this application?
Thank you. The being code accessible, there's only a 35 business day decision period, which starts when council receives the referral agency response, or the latest one, which was late in November. So unfortunately, being this time of year, things were a bit tight, so the applicant has agreed to extend the decision-making period until today at this point. So today is the end of the period.
Thank you.
And perhaps you could explain that in terms of the deemed approval. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. So under the Act, there are provisions for deemed approval. That would depend on whether, if council doesn't decide the application by the due date, the applicant does have the ability, they may not do that, but they do have the ability to issue council with a deemed approval notice, and that would have the effect of giving council, I believe, 10 days to actually issue an approval with conditions. So we'd sort of force the hand at an approval, if you like.
Okay, if we've exhausted questions, I will have the first of our submitters, Phil Haxton. Phil, if you'd like to come up.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just following my script, Stuart. I thought I'd probably get it wrong. Thank you, Phil. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly on the background to this, I represent a number of the residents of the surrounding area around the quarry and the people who have to put up with the quarry on a daily basis. We have to deal with the dust from the blasting, the crushing, the screening, the truck stirring up the dust and carrying rock on and off the site. For most of the residents, We have the additional factor of the prevailing east wind, which blows the dust down into our houses. Madam Chair, I think you've seen yourself the effect of the dust on Bill's house, and it's unrelenting. You can't think of wiping a surface and that surface being clear of the dust a week later, let alone, or 1 day later. It's continuous. And even though the deposition of dust may just skirt under the limits provided for by the government, it accumulates. I spent Monday up on my gutters scooping kilograms of quarry dust out of my gutters. And if you don't do that, well, then you suffer the consequences of overflowing gutters and damage to roofs and so on. We have to deal with the blasting. There's obviously the noise of the blast, but more importantly, the seismic shock shaking the ground and the built structures. Many of us have experienced cracks in our brickwork, the concrete tanks, steps, driveways, and all that sort of thing. Proving it might be a little bit difficult, but you have to be living in the area to understand how it is. There's the noise of the crushing, and it's continuous. We have to deal with the traffic, in particular the heavy vehicles moving on and off site from Munro onto Ruthven Street and the New England Highway. And just as an aside, we also have to observe I call it the environmental irresponsibility of the quarry operator in regard to maintaining their property. It's a sea of environmental weeds from lantana, mother of millions, Tacoma, Celtis, privet, and it's a jungle, and they do nothing about it, and it then seeds the surrounding area with those weeds. I have to say that approving the change of use means that you will be inflicting the impacts of quarrying on the residents for years or decades to come, including subsequent generations. Given the unstopping residential developments likely to spread around the city's periphery, we could end up in decades to come with a quarry surrounded by residential development, which would be undesirable from a planning perspective. The key resource area argument only goes so far. I asked the question, would approval be given if the key resource area was in the CBD or in Queen's Park or in Rangeville? This extension of the quarry is in effect a new development on a new property. The quarry operators have only recently bought the closed road from the state government, so it's not like they've owned it since the 1960s. It's a new development, and from what I understand, if this was a new quarry that was being developed, the state government policy would be that they couldn't proceed with a quarry within 1,500 meters of the nearest residential area. So this kind of is slipping it under the radar, as it were, by attaching it to the approvals of the existing quarry.
Getting close?
I would ask... Sorry?
Close? Are you getting close?
Yeah, I would ask what steps the council has taken in the process of considering this submission to ask residents who live in the area close to the quarry how the current activity of quarry product impacts on their daily lives. How will council work with and monitor how the quarry products protects, maintains and improves the natural environment so that it looks clean and tidy for the community to live near. This is especially pertinent due to the close proximity of the quarry to a residential area and a lack of the recommended buffer zone for a key resource area. How will council determine when the activities of quarry products are causing an impact and nuisance to the surrounding residents? Or does council wash its hands of the issue? We earnestly request the council to adopt a resolution asking the councillors to defer a decision here on this for 6 months until a survey of locals is carried out and a cost-benefit analysis for Toowoomba carried out. This could be extended to consider the possibilities if the quarry production ended and this historic site with the train station, Harlexton House, was developed as something like a theme park or something for the region. Alternatively, a deferment would enable our group to compile a petition from residents in the suburb reflecting their feelings regarding the quarry and this extension, possibly to this council or to the state government. Otherwise, this council will be remembered for heavy-handedly suppressing the legitimate interests of residents in favour of a commercial moneymaker. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Phil.
Chair.
Well done. Thank you. Now, was there any questions before you go, Phil?
Yep.
Before you go?
Yes.
You get some chance to get some questions and some comments from councillors. Councillor McMahon?
I'll ask a question. You live in the immediate vicinity?
Yes, I live at the top end of Gregory Street, number 2.
Can I ask what year your house was built, of interest?
I think it was built in about the 50s.
Okay.
It was one of the first. It was, I believe, built by the US Army for their personnel in at Borneo Barracks.
That was just a, which came first, interesting. Our general manager said it best, the quarry in its current state will continue as is. That's, not what we're here to discuss today. I mean, it's going to go back to what they've always been doing, but they're saying that they're going to do this extra little bit that's going to not change your life in any way. I just wonder if you could address that part of the question. The increase of this 1.6 hectares or whatever it is in a 21 hectare site, that increase, will that change your life any more than what is currently happening?
I'm sceptical. We hear of this compliance, but you have to be living in the area to understand what the impacts are. It affects us on a daily basis, and that will continue. And the fact that they've now got the green light to advance into the new area, I suspect will really just give them the energy to increase their production to the max. And we will cop it. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Von Hoff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you very much, Mr Haxton. Can you please tell us how long you've lived in your home in Gregory Street?
20 years.
And Mr Haxton, when you bought your home 20 years ago, did you do so with an understanding of the the time frame of operations at the quarry? And upon what basis did you have that understanding?
We weren't particularly aware of even the existence of the quarry there because it was hidden by the privets and all the other sort of vegetation around the side of it. But when we went on a visit to the quarry and were shown around, I think in about 2006, am I right, Martin? We were told that the quarry was expected to have a life of about another 20 years, which brings us to 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, thanks again, Phil. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Carl.
Thank you, sir. You made a comment about it's a new development on a new piece of land. The officers have, whether I've interpreted incorrectly, said it's always been part of the key resource area that the state have identified since whenever key resource area they decided to bring in key resource areas. Are you referring to the ownership of the road or the entire lot, that proposed extension?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure that I understand the question.
So the expansion of the quarry,
Yeah.
I'm under the understanding that the quarry already owned, or well, has owned those lots for some time. They just didn't own the road. They bought the road strip from the state recently as part of that, and it's always been in the key resource area from whenever key resource areas came into play. So I just want clarity when you said new development on a new piece of land.
Well, certainly as far as the road is concerned, it's a new development on a newly acquired piece of land.
Yeah,
the area to the east of that land, I think that there's 4 or 5 lots. They were residential, so I can't comment on how residential properties could have been supplanted on top of a key resource area. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, that's why I made the comment before, and which really annoys me, is because the state planning policies override town planning scheme, and a key resource area trumps those residential lots. And so that's the dilemma we find ourselves in. But I'm interested, like the road is a recent purchase by the owner of the quarry.
Bill, we have a question over here from Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Sir. Just a question. We sort of heard before around, obviously, if this goes through, a lot of it can be conditioned to meet requirements. Now, a point was raised earlier in regards to what it's like to deal with these different agencies when trying to make a complaint. Do you have any history of lodging complaints or concerns about this in the past, and what responses you received?
We have, over many years, continued to make complaints about the various issues to the department. It keeps on changing its name. It's in Environment and Heritage, then it's Environment and Mines, and I think it's Environment and Science at the moment. And I don't think that they pursue our concerns with any vigour. We get the feeling that we are more of an irritation to that department than that they are really keen on looking after the interests of their residents, voters, ratepayers. Yeah, they
Have a follow-up,
seem to
Councillor
be
O'Shea.
very much more anxious that that the quarrying operation continues.
So have they given you any correspondence to say it's within?
Yes, yeah. They will say that their monitoring has shown that it's been within, or in cases where it has not been within, they will be policing those aspects of non-compliance a little bit more firmly. But it's the old story: when the monitor is on, the levels of deposition of dust miraculously come down, and then a few weeks later they're at those disgusting levels that Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seen, where the surfaces, the verandas are just covered in dust. Poor old Bill, he painted his roof black, and within 2 days the roof was grey, and there was nothing he could do about it. Nobody wants to compensate him for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Bill. Thanks for representing your members of the community up there. Just in regard to, you mentioned around the privet, the vegetation, the environmental issues that you see there. You have got there's an applicant in the room here today as well, and I wondered if the residents had spoken or have spoken to the neighbours, your neighbours, the quarry, in regard to that, the removal of noxious weeds and that sort of thing.
I don't think that I can answer that specifically. I think we've addressed many complaints over the years to the Environmental Authority, and through them I would hope that that was extended to the owners of the quarry.
I guess I'm sort of focused on what you're actually experiencing now, noise and what have you, and there's conditions in there that may or may not mitigate that, but one would hope that it would. That's if this goes through. Now, if it doesn't go through, it continues on as it is. So surely there's opportunity now for the applicant to have heard the concerns of residents, irrespective of what decision's made today. That quarry keeps going. It still operates. So this is an opportunity, I guess, for the applicant to actually listen to the concerns, the genuine concerns of the community in this forum, which is broadcast broadly as well, and is a record of this meeting today. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that to thank you for grasping the opportunity to actually talk about those things, because obviously the forum hasn't been there for you to do that in the past. So today's given you that opportunity. So thank you for doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just following on in relation to the weeds that you were referring to earlier, do you consider them to be any worse there than they are around the rest of the escarpment?
Sorry,
Because we do know that around the rest of the escarpment there's a lot of land tenure and privet and so forth that needs addressing, which is a real challenge for all local governments, really. And I'm just wondering, you know, because we own a lot of land around the escarpment as well, and so is it any worse than the rest of the land around the escarpment?
In my opinion, yes. And I think that the reason for that may be that the ground has been disturbed, and we know that weeds have that sort of pioneering kind of ability, which they're the first to sort of colonise disturbed land, and I believe that that's one of the reasons why you've got a huge infestation there.
Thank you. That's very good that it's been highlighted today, so thanks.
Okay, I think I can let you go now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Now, Martin, Carey, would you like to come and have 5 minutes with the councillors?
Madam Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you to the councillors for listening to what have become firm friends that the quarry has brought together over the years since 2006, when we have been talking to the quarry about the problems.
Just speak into the microphone, Martin, so everyone can hear you, especially at home. Yeah.
The quarry, we got together and met the quarry first of all in 2006, and Mr. Frost there, as Phil said, explained that the life of the quarry would be approximately 20 years. And over the years we have complained about the noise and the tremors and the dust. But at the end of the day, you get old, you get grey, and you're almost beaten. And we began to live with the reality that, well, we'll see out the 20-odd years to 2026. And here we are in 2021, and the life, we believe, is going to be in the region of 50 to 80 years, perhaps. The history of the quarry, and in answer to some of the questions about which came first, the quarry or the residents, I get a bit nervous and I get a bit old. I'm forgetful of things, but I hope you'll bear with me. In 1870, Harlixton House was built, and in 1870, 30 students were attending the Harlexton School. The workers building the railway lived in Harlexton, immigrants. And Queensland Rail developed the quarry for ballast for the railway line in the 50s, let's say. And after that, it was sold to the rights were sold to the quarry, and they have developed it ever since. But the critical point now is that, and nobody, sufficient, uncertainty was raised here today among questions, and I have suggested that the council members here defer the decision for about 6 months, as Phil said, to carry out a basic review of the impact on residents and on the future of the quarry and its amenities for the city. Now, over the years, let's say, what we keep getting told that we must succumb to the law of the state. And everybody knows, that slavery was once legal. And laws are there for the benefit of people and not to be used as big sticks to beat residents over their heads. And effectively, that's what's been happening here. And we listen to the fact that if this is denied, that perhaps the quarry can get deemed approval. Where are the rights of individuals in this whole process? And everybody seems to throw their hands up in the air and say nothing can be done. But, that's the job of our elected representatives. And there's some very good questions asked today, but not too many answers. The life of the quarry, we don't know. It's not in the documents as far as I know. And 50 to 80 years is too long. And this new parcel of land should not be granted a change of use, because effectively they're extending the life of the quarry and the output by perhaps 50 years. Now, the quarry probably knows this, knows the answers to this, but they won't tell us. But perhaps they will if we ask them the question. The Harlexton House is something that the city has abandoned. It's boarded up, owned by the quarry. Houses on Mabel Street, Stewart Street, Munro Street. I mean, is the quarry a property developer or a quarry operator? They have a foot in each camp. And eventually, when the quarry ceases, they will have a bank of prime assets for disposal. But the existing residents in the area should not be the butt of this kind of extravagant investment and development. We want the extension of the quarry. We want it to be rejected by council. But in 5 minutes, it's very difficult to be, to reach any conclusion. That is why we would like the council to defer any decision, allow the residents, or the council to find out from the residents what it means, and then do the cost benefit analysis on the benefits of such a prime site would be in the development of tourism and other amenities for the local population. And Madam Chair, I thank you, and I would leave it there just by saying a deferment of the decision when we're considering the extra life of maybe 50 years. I don't think it's a major issue, and 35 days deemed approval is just not acceptable in this day and age, and with regard to the rights of the people living in the area, and it should be rejected. I will leave it there, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Martin. I appreciate it. Any questions or comments, Martin, before you leave? Yes, Councillor Von Hoff, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Kerry. Thank you, Mr. Kerry. You spoke about the the life of the quarry, and we are going to hear from the applicant, but you spoke about several decades. Your understanding is that the life of the quarry would be extended by several decades. So my question is, how are you getting that information? Upon what are you basing that information?
Sorry, how are we getting the information?
What makes you say that it's going to be 50,
Well,
50 years?
Let's put it like this. Mr. Frost explained in 2006 it would be 20 years approximately. Yeah, you can't hold him to it. But that was the quarry, and that is the existing quarry. And in 2018, that was changed to, in 30 years. Now, because they're going to get an extra 1.2 hectares of land, why is that not in the papers? Because that directly affects the residents of the area. Evidence? We don't have the expertise for that, but I'm sure there's experts out there who could explain it if they were asked.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Martin? No. Thank you so much, Martin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we were to have John Taylor, who is representative of Groundwork Plus. Is John here to speak on behalf of the applicant? Thank you. Just remember to speak into the microphone so I don't have to pull you up. It's just that people at home can't really hear. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. I have made a list of the questions, and I hope to run through each of the points raised by both the councillors and the local residents. So bear with me on that. So the counts are correct in the numbers. Obviously, the quarry now been around for nearly 50 odd years. Originally owned by the Queensland Rail. It's a current.
I have an objection. We've been asked to introduce ourselves.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Who we are, and we don't know who this gentleman is or what his authority is to represent the applicant.
Okay, thank you. No problem. Yes, John, you're representing the applicant.
Apologies for that. My name is John Taylor. I'm a qualified town planner. I work for Groundwork Plus. We're a independent environmental and planning and resources company. Have been employed by the applicant to undertake an independent assessment of the quarry and the associated impacts with the proposed extension. So we have compiled a list of technical reports as well as our own reporting to basically enable the council and the state departments to make an informed decision on whether or not the proposed extension will or will not comply with the relevant code and assessment provisions relating to all of the matters that we're talking about today. So noise, dust, vibration, stormwater and the like. So just to carry on, we currently employ 15 local residents and a number of subcontractors use the site. There's a fairly long legacy of father and son combinations on the site. So the Frost family are very well known to the Toowoomba region. Also important, I think, for the room to realise that these quarry locations are very fortuitous in their location. You cannot just locate a quarry anywhere. The type of material that comes out of the Harlexton quarry is very unique. It has a very good set of chemical properties for things like concrete and particularly the slip resistance for aggregates and aggregate materials, one of the highest quality rock for that type of material. So you can't just pick these projects up and place them next door or down the road. They're very specific in the location that they require, for better or worse. the importance of that type of rock long term to the Toowoomba region and wider, it can't be understated. The difficulties in obtaining new approvals for these types of uses is becoming extremely difficult, and therefore those the consolidation and full utilisation of those existing resources will over time become an extremely important factor in the long-term planning for Toowoomba and the South East Queensland region. So again, we do reiterate the footprint is it's a 1.5 hectare site. The extraction footprint extension goes from 23 hectares up to 24, so it's precisely 1 hectare additional extraction area. One of the key sort of benefits that we see in working with the state and with the council on this application is that historically it has not been regulated by the council. So again, this is an opportunity to enable Quarry Products, our client, and the council and the local residents as well to continue to strive towards a situation which is continual improvement, which Quarry Products have recently and have indicated they will continue to strive towards in operating the site. So I'll just run through the questions in the order that they were raised. So that the quarry reserve amounts, look, that's again, it's not a definite number. With the extension area where we're advising based on the latest quarry design plan prepared by Groundwork Plus is in the order of probably about 50 to 55 million tonnes. So at 1 million tonnes a year, we're talking potentially a 50-year lifespan. That's as we know it today. So the extension area is approximately 5 million tonnes. But what the extension area does is effectively allows for a wider quarry development. So the benefits of having that slightly wider site will enable additional resource in other reaches of the site, not necessarily further south, but certainly it will be wider and allow it to go a bit deeper because, as you can imagine, the staircase is sort of effect. You get too small at the base to run an economic sort of quarry design. So yes, 50 to 60 million tonnes and lifespan, unfortunately, we don't know. At full capacity, 1 million tonnes a year, which is unlikely, to be honest with you. Currently, the client runs somewhere in the order of 500 to 700,000 tonnes per annum. It has been as low as 300 to 400 last year in the quieter periods of COVID. And it can get up to 800,000 and 900,000 depending on the tender that they're servicing. So it's not a number that stays fluid. We need that flexibility to be able to service major projects and larger road building projects as they arise.
Now, John, I don't want to be unfair to the other people that have spoken, but you're up at 6.5 minutes now, so perhaps. What I might do is throw over to questions because then the councillors will ask you succinctly what the things that they want to know.
He's actually answering the question.
I know that, but I'm just not sure how long it's going to take, that's all.
I could keep running through the questions if you like, but happy to run it.
Well, I guess we're addressing the weeds and you've addressed the life of the quarry. There was another one about the adjoining properties.
Madam Chair, sorry, were the weeds addressed?
No.
I don't think so.
I think it was...
No.
Keep going.
Yep. So just in relation to public consultation, Quarry Products did engage a company called the VAXA Group, and we have sent out newsletter drops and organised...
That's not consultation, that's information.
We have organised a number of community open days on the site, and Tony and Mel Frost, including Terry Woods and Blake Ardrey, who are here with us today, have made conscious efforts to meet a number of the local residents in the area and continue to do so. I believe they have met with everybody in the room, is my understanding. The lots on Stewart Street to the east of the road reserve, there were originally 4 titles. All of those lots are currently included in the extractive industry zone. So they're not residential. They're included in the extractive industry zone, and all 4 of those lots were and continue to be owned, obviously, by the applicant, by Quarry Products.
Could we, sorry, Madam Chair, could we have those up on the screen, thanks?
So you can see in the brown, in the zoning plan.
Figure 2.
Up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but I'd rather...
the historic lot and plan titles is actually shown on that drawing. So you can see that the road reserve comprised about 4,000 square metres, and the additional 4 lots adjoining that road reserve were required to be amalgamated with that single parcel, because otherwise they would have been floating node,
Stranded,
landlocked effectively. Part of the road closure, the Quarry Products were also required to amalgamate these properties into adjoining land as well to tidy up tenure effectively.
And I think that's what I was remembering that came to council.
I do point out to the councillors and to the floor that the land is included in the extractive industry zone. It's a much higher form of legislative control than the key resource zone. The extractive industry takes precedent in any event. Closure. So the questions raised about the landslide concerns, very correctly pointed out by the officers that we have heavily constrained, restricted by the Mines Inspectorate under the Mines Health and Safety Act, and we have regular visits from the Mines Inspectorate to make sure that quarry benches and safety is absolutely a paramount concern and issue in the quarry design. So landslide very much controlled under that arena. Also, internal to the site, that was a valid point as well. I'd probably just like to also point out that the current EA conditions and the current council conditions as proposed, we see as being quite a bit more onerous than what we have today, or what the client has today. We have more stringent blasting controls which are proposed. We have more stringent stormwater quality controls. Our noise monitoring requirements are of a much higher level than what we currently have in our current EA. So just to point out, the State Department has taken the opportunity to apply today's rules to an old site, and because we're required to be assessed against today's codes and policies, there's really the client is required to bring their site up to those requirements. So, we do see that as a huge benefit for the council and for the department in moving forward, but as well as the commitment by Quarry Products to continue to improve their noise and dust and other aspects of the operation. So the dust management plan, just to be clear, is controlled by the current EA, Environmental Authority, and that condition requires an independent third party to undertake 6-monthly monitoring to make sure that the dust limits are compliant or achieve compliance. So that's not run by the quarry. It is required to be done by a third independent auditor, and the previous management plan that was undertaken for the site did show compliance with the required limits, required daily limits. I guess it's probably an opportunity at this point for as was pointed out, I think a few times, that this is an opportunity for the council to control and have some regulatory requirements on a site that they currently don't. So we have been working with the officers and the council up until the last almost 2 years to have a set of conditions that we can all work towards to achieving the same, if not a better result for all involved. Just to also highlight to the group, or to the floor, that the Department of Environmental Science up until 3 years ago were very much focused on assessment of environmental authorities. They moved about 4 years ago to a compliance regime. So in the last 4 years, they have a much stronger and much more focused approach on ensuring compliance for all of those matters that we've been talking about: the noise, dust, vibration and stormwater. So we've had probably, Terry, you can probably correct me on this, probably 4 or 5 visits from DES last year. And we've had a 2-3 hour tour, which I was personally involved with about November last year, which they indicated they were happy with our stormwater control. So, yeah, they're in answer to council and to the local residents, we're certainly under a fairly detailed amount of scrutiny from that department, and we feel that they're well and truly doing their job in that arena. I think.
Okay,
that
John.
was all.
Thank
In
you.
terms of the lantana issue, the buffer areas around the site, there's disturbed area, which is currently disturbed, but the extension area and the buffer areas of the site not been disturbed for many decades, according to the advice I've received from Quarry Products.
Okay, thanks so much, John. I might just kick off if I could. So then, given what you've said there in that summary, are we to expect then that if this extension is approved, that the residents will have a noticeable difference in the dust and because of the conditions that have been put on this extension? They will be able to see a much improved outcome because of the conditioning that's going to go across the entire site now?
That's a very general statement. There's half a dozen impacts. There's noise, dust, stormwater, vibration. All of those are quite complex in their own right. So if I pick dust for an example,
Well, let's talk
current requirements are 120 milligrams per square metre per day. That will stay. That limit per day is still the same. So the dust requirements is an Australian standard. That will still be the benchmark for the site. What will improve with the dust is that we're required to bring in much more detailed and complex dust monitoring and modelling devices, which will allow us to pinpoint where those issues are and where they're coming from, and will be real-time data as opposed to monthly data, which then allows us to respond more accurately and more quickly to any problem areas on the site. So, yeah, for dust, definitely an improvement, I would suggest, based on the conditions that are contained in the recommendation. Noise is an ever-evolving matter. So noise is probably, an example. The drill rigs for these sites are very noisy. They bang, bang, bang on the edge of the pits. That can be a very loud, and very intrusive, noise source. Quarry Products have since the last 12 months have spent $1 million on a brand new state-of-the-art drill rig, which is something like 12 to 15 dB lower than anything else in the country, not just the state. So, all of those little bits of improvements, such as the barriers being installed and the drill rig itself, and some of those more responsible practices on the site will, just the advancement of quarry technology and design will see an improvement of noise. I probably put hand on heart and say that will improve in the short term. Vibration, again, is another very complex matter. Blasting is quarry design and the effort that goes into blast designs is incredible, and the ability for vibration and overpressure and those blasting impacts to be improved upon is improving by the hour. So we've engaged a company called Orica, who've not been involved in the site before. They're considered world leaders in the vibration overpressure areas. So we are expecting, and the current EA conditions actually raise the bar on vibration. So yes, there will be an improvement on vibration. That's an easy one. So I hope that,
okay.
sorry.
All right. Well, there it is, all on public record. So fantastic. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Few questions, few clarifications. First one you said, you touched on, I just want to clarify, the lifespan now without this, of this quarry is still 50 years-ish?
Yeah, give or take, 45 to 50, yes.
Okay, and this new 1.2 hectares has 5 or 6 million tonnes, and at a maximum of 1 million tonnes a year would be 5 to 6 years on that,
Plus,
give or take.
It opens up other areas of the site as well. So, you know, you'd probably go 55 to 65, you know, so
Okay.
say 5 to 10 is probably the best estimate.
But without this approval, your client's still operating for 50 years as is in this condition? Give or take.
45 to 50, as I said. Yes.
Current haulage, you said, is 5 to 700 tonnes per annum. How would that change if this is approved?
Absolutely no way whatsoever. Yeah, effectively, it's just securing an additional area which allows that extra 10 years on the life of the project. So, yeah, the outputs from the site will nothing to do with the extension, but all about how the world moves forward from today. You know, does Toowoomba go boom, then the need for the product, you know, will resolve.
Follow up, Chair, if I may. Other side of the hill, coming down Mount Kynoch, there's a tremendous lookout with a great view of this quarry. And if we were moving to the north or south and sort of extending that, but this is going eastward, how does this development, does it dampen that view in any way?
We did a lot of work on the visual amenity, you know, and the view sheds from that, particularly from that lookout. And I think the documents provided with the application material did show that, you know, the view shed of the current quarry itself, as you correctly put, you know, we're going almost into the site, really does not change the width of what you see coming up the range, for want of a better word.
Sure. Final question. It was raised, your client and their involvement, ownership with Harlexton House and the deteriorating asset. Are you in any position to comment on plans to maybe revamp that site, use it for community use, etc.? It's a tremendous asset to our region, currently falling to bits.
I'd have to defer to the client on that one, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
Just thought you might want to. Thank you. Not irrelevant.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll
Thank
Taylor.
you, Madam Chair. Look, I'm struggling with this map. How will you achieve, it says separation area here on the key, but it's not shown. So how will you achieve a separation area with this new area? I don't think you can.
What attachment are you referring to?
I'm looking at figure 4, and there's supposed to be a separation area here. So there's no separation area shown. It's all hatched, as I can see, and not dotted. So as you see when you overlay that over the houses, I mean, there's supposed to be a separation area.
Well, the separation areas in the key resource area policy is actually the opposite of that. So the intent of the separation area is to protect the quarry itself from encroachment.
Yes, but is it on the, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, is it on quarry land? Because it should not just be to protect it from encroachment, it should also be to give residents some comfort around what can be put inside that separation area. And that, to me, with our planning scheme, and I remember arguing about this in 2011, anyone who's getting a benefit out of anything should have separation area on their land. rather than on the land that other people have around that. So my understanding of a separation area, it's not shown on that map. It says it is, but it's not. And it should be to give some comfort to the people that you are not going to go inside that separation area. And is that not the case?
We're certainly not encroaching into that separation area.
Sorry, can I ask where it is?
Mr Summers is just pointing it out there with a pointer.
That's the separation area there. So the separation area is the light hatching around the outside.
Well, there's no hatching on there. Yeah, okay. I can't see any hatching.
The resource and processing area is the cross-hatching in the middle.
So where does that go then down the bottom? It's not on that new part of land to the south, if that's the south, or west, I would imagine. No, south. There is no separation area on the bottom of that new piece of land that you're applying for.
So the requirement of the extractive industry code, off the top of my head, requires a separation or a buffer to the boundaries of the site of 20 metres. We've achieved that. So the edge of the quarry footprint is actually set back from the boundary of the site. And in addition to that compliance with the code, we also, I understand Quarry Products do own the 3 properties to the south of on Stewart Street. So
that's
in
underneath
addition to the code compliant sort of setback.
And is that does that achieve the amount of area that's supposed to be achieved?
It does, yes, is my understanding. Not even a performance, it's an acceptable outcome.
I suggest it should be marked on the map.
Councillors, any other questions or comments for John? Thank you. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you very much, Mr Taylor. Two questions, and the first is a clarification, and both actually relate to Councillor McMahon's issues, but to be very clear, you're saying that the residents maintain that they were told 20 years ago that the life expectancy of this quarry was 2026. You're saying that regardless of what we decide today, the quarry continues to operate tomorrow, 12 months from now, and in fact 50 years from now, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
And if this is approved today, the life of that quarry goes from, say, 2070 out to 2100 plus.
Imagine what our community looks like.
2100 is a bit stretch. I think 650 years is 2070 roughly. Yeah.
And it goes to 2075.
Yeah.
So
It's only
effectively 5 years.
As I understood, it was an extra 5 to 10 years with this additional piece.
Correct.
So it's 50 years now, 50 to whatever you said.
So 45 now,
to 50.
55. Yeah.
So it would be 2070 to 2080.
And the benefit of some of the numbers thrown around previously have been based on earlier quarry development plans, which don't go anywhere near as wide or as deep or as far down to the hill to the north. The quarry development plan that I'm reporting to you on today is basically as much as we can take out while complying with depth limits imposed on us by DES and the Department of Environment and Science. So yeah, the number we're giving you today is probably as accurate as we can. The quarry designs and quarry bench designs may change. That number may go up or down as a consequence, but the best advice I can give you today.
Yep. Okay. So 2070, regardless of if our decision today is not to approve, 2080 if our decision today is to approve.
Sorry.
2070 if our decision today is not to approve.
Yeah.
2080 if our decision today is to approve.
More or less, yeah.
I see.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And the second question is in regard to views. Now, I know that Councillor McMahon discussed this from the northern approach into the city, but this extension being on the east of the site, we have a moving situation with the quarry gardens around Prince Henry Heights. do you know that if this extension would be visible from that aspect to the east of the site? So looking from Prince Henry, the Quarry Gardens site, across to this quarry.
So the visual amenity assessment, very good indication of from the east as well. So what's happening with the Stewart Street Road Reserve, just past the road reserve is the crest of a hill. So what the very top of the extraction footprint will reach the crest of that hill and then will disappear effectively. There might be 5 metres of work that may be seen for a short period, and after that point from the east, I say everything will be hidden behind the crest of the edge of the quarry footprint, if you like, the easternmost, the easternmost limit of the quarry.
Thank you.
Councillor Carl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Possibly a question to the General Manager. Just for clarification, sorry, I've forgotten your first name. Don. Don's, we're under the understanding here that this approval is based on no change to the tonnage coming out of the quarry. If there is a boom, as you say, and tonnage has changed, that would be subject to a new application before council, those tonnages changing, correct?
To exceed the tonnages that are being approved, it would need further approval. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Is there any further questions? I might just finish off by saying I know it's not a part of this application, but I would like to just reiterate Councillor McMahon's comment about Harlexton House, because I remember a meeting that we had with Mr Frost who talked about Harlexton House, and I guess I'd just like to take the opportunity to implore you as a good corporate citizen or a good social citizen to put more thought into what can be done with Harlexton House, because it was certainly mentioned that that was going to be some sort of historical restoration at the expense of the quarry. So, yes, I'd just like to leave that with you. Thank you.
Understanding, though, that can't be considered as part of this application.
Not a part of this application, but just like to take the opportunity.
It's
Thank
vandalism.
Councillor
Just a comment. Thank you, Madam Chair. To you, John, you mentioned about the additional conditions that will in some way mitigate more from the dust, the noise, the vibration, what have you. In regard to the weeds, I note that there are some conditions in regard to the buffer zone, which I'm guessing would be more than what you've had in the past because you haven't had these conditions.
We haven't had anything.
So if I could refer then to page 8 of 45 in our board books, or page 8 of 45 of the report, page 13 on board books. It talks about extractive industry buffer, a vegetated buffer area having a minimum widths, etc., etc. 32 talks about the replacement of dead or dying vegetation. 32.3 is control of weeds and other pests. And I guess this probably, and management of fire protection, including reduction in litter build-up and what have you. Do you see this, and I know you're only speaking or representing the applicant on this occasion, but do you see that as a more onerous task to what they've been doing in the past?
Well, just by the very nature of the use, the buffers are maintained, as a practical outcome on the site. So to say that, all it's doing is formalising something that I understand Quarry Products have attempted to do in some shape or form over the years. It does definitely lock it in and formalise that requirement, though.
So I guess from a resident's perspective, it's now a condition if this was to go through, that they have every right to make contact with the authority and suggest that needs cleaning up.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, John, very much. Thank you. Okay. So with that, can I have someone move that we reinstate standing orders? Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor McMahon seconds. So now we move to the vote. So the recommendation is there before.
Those in favour of standing.
Oh, we didn't carry the motion. Beg your pardon. I always get it wrong. All those in favour of reinstating standing orders? Thank you. So we move to the recommendation, which is that Council approve application MCUC 2019-3624 for a development permit for a material change of use, and the rest of that is up there. So, do I have a mover?
Hang on. I'd like to suggest an amendment to those conditions under approved use on page 3 of 45. In the interests of it remaining a quarry and not becoming a metal-forming, hot-forming entity, as the officer has suggested, we change that amount from 10,000 or more to 11,000. So there is an upper limit. As it reads there's no upper limit. So there might be a subsidiary entity, or it could be a subsidiary entity, hot forming metal with no limit. So I suggest we put an amendment to that condition.
So the amendment becomes part of the motion, or do we need a...
Well, it hasn't been moved.
Not exceed.
So Wendy's got it up there on the screen, yeah. Thank you.
Not exceed.
You happy with that, Councillor Carl? Yep. So the amendment... Okay. I'm afraid I can't take any more questions or comments from the gallery. So we have the motion with the amendment there. Councillor Summerfield?
Madam Chair, if I could we find out what the implications of that change would be? Because otherwise we're voting on something we don't fully understand.
Okay. Rodney, we have a question from Councillor Summerfield about the implications of putting the upper limit there.
Sure. Sorry, I may have missed the question. Sorry, Councillor.
Metal, hot metal.
Sorry, Rodney, the amendment that has been suggested by Councillor Bill, that we limit it to 11,000, and I totally do not understand this, so that's why I'm asking the question. Sure. What is the impacts of putting not exceeding 11,000?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Just so quickly, the Environmental Authority starts at 10,000 tonnes and doesn't have an upper limit. So under the Environmental Authority, the quarry can go, it could move beyond an ancillary activity to something, it probably won't, but it's just to ensure that we have some limit on it. The applicant advised that they currently do about 5,000 tonne per year at the moment. So it's just an ancillary activity for the ongoing maintenance and repair of equipment.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Summerfield? Okay. All right. So we have a motion with an amendment there before you. Councillor? Well, I don't have anyone moving that amendment about the acoustic, from 50 to 54 to keep it in line with the state regulations and
Environmental Authority.
Yeah, the Environmental Authority. So we don't seem to have anyone who would like to move that amendment there.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's...
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
We'll move to amend the condition as per what the was. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So we've got that from 50 to 54. Wendy.
Happy to second.
Okay. So with those two amendments to the motion, have I got someone who is moving the motion in its entirety with the two amendments? Councillor Carl, anyone to second? Councillor Summerfield? All those in favour, including 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The motion's carried. Okay, we might have a break, I think, for 10 minutes.
Actually, you've got to call the division because the mayor was out of the room.
Division, okay.
Yes.
So those against were Councillor Taylor. Where was I? Councillor Von? No. Who was against? Councillor Taylor, Councillor McMahon, Councillor O'Shea. Okay. All right.
So
Now-
that only makes 9. So
Must be another one.
there's one out, so there should be 10
Kerry and
votes.
Paul.
Kerry's away.
Kerry.
Oh, Kerry,
And-
sorry, my apologies.
Madam Chair, just before we take a break and we're in open session, could I bring it to the attention of this forum and the General Manager? I would like the issue of buffers placed on the agenda for as matters considered for the new planning scheme review. We can see how contentious it is.
And I
Second
support
that.
that. Support that, I third it, whatever.
But it is a topic
Thank you.
Thank you.
on the list already. Councillor?
There was a lot of conflict around it when we were forming the last one.
Okay. So we're running at 6 minutes past 4.
Thank you.
We have 10 minutes.
5.
Notice to adjourn.
Move.
Move and a second move that we adjourn. Councillor Summerfield, Councillor O'Shea, all those in favour? Fine. Well, I'll give you 10. I will get someone to move that we suspend standing orders, Councillor McMahon and Councillor O'Shea. Now, the Mayor is an apology for now. He may... Oh, all those in favour?
I tried to get there, Web.
Councillor McMahon and then Councillor O'Shea. All those in favour? The Mayor is an apology for now. He may come later. He's not here at the minute. Okay, so we move to item number 6, which is a development application for intensive animal industry at Sandy Camp. And Jayden, our planner, is going to speak to us about that today. Thank you, Jayden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. The report before you considers a development application for a material change of use for intensive animal industry, being a poultry breeder rearing farm with a maximum of 70,000 birds and caretakers accommodation at 230 Cooper Road, Sandy Camp. The site is 55.341 hectares in area and is located within the rural zone. The site currently supports animal husbandry, cattle grazing and cropping uses. The site is located near the southern boundary of the Toowoomba Regional Council area, and the immediate locality is characterised by rural uses. Rural residences are located in the vicinity of the site, the closest of which is 360 metres to the southeast. The banks of Dalrymple Creek form the southwestern boundary of the subject land, approximately 700 metres from the site of the proposed development. If I could please request attachment 5, figure 12. Thank you. The proposed development is for the rearing of replacement chickens for breeder farms located in the wider locality, which supply fertile eggs. The chicks are to be bought on site at 0 days of age over a 2-week period in 2 batches per year. So these chicks are raised until they reach 20 weeks of age before removal and transportation to nearby breeder farms. There's a maintenance period of 8 to 12 weeks between each batch to clean, sanitise, replace bedding and undertake any required maintenance on sheds. The proposed development will support a maximum of 12 staff at any time, comprising 4 full-time staff on site that are occupying the caretaker's accommodation and 8 additional staff travelling to the site as needed. General site operations will be carried out 7 days per week and feed will be delivered to site once per week. The proposal, as I've stated previously, is for 70,000 poultry, which will be contained within 6 sheds. Each shed is to contain approximately 11,600 birds, and the sheds are 5 metres in height and have a floor area of just under 2,000 square metres. These sheds are proposed 66 metres from the western site boundary. The proposal involves staging. It's to be constructed over 2 stages, with the 4 sheds in stage 1 and remaining two sheds in stage 2. Other than the sheds, all other aspects of the development are to be constructed in stage 1. Other components of the development include an ancillary staff amenities building, storage shed and feed silos, directly adjacent to the proposed poultry sheds. There is also a composting building for the temporary storage of dead birds in the northern extent of the site. As stated previously, the staff that are on site full-time are to be housed in caretakers' accommodation in 2 separate dwellings, the first being the reuse of an existing dwelling house on site, and the second being a new dwelling southeast of the proposed poultry sheds. Other elements of the development include a sediment pond, which is also referred to in the report as an evaporation dam, which is immediately adjacent to the poultry sheds. This is to capture all water used for the cleaning of sheds and stormwater from new and pervious areas. An acoustic barrier and landscape buffers are also proposed to mitigate off-site impacts and to screen the development from nearby areas. Water for the use is to be obtained via a bore and a 250,000 litre rainwater tank, which is to be used for both firefighting and general water supply. The subject site had previously benefited from a development permit for intensive animal industry. This was a 60,000 bird poultry breeder rearing farm, approved back in 2011 by Council. This previous approval was subject to a submitter appeal in the Planning and Environment Court. The judgment from this appeal in 2012 advocated that the appeal be dismissed and that the application be approved, subject to amended conditions attached to the judgment. This approved development, however, was never carried out, and it lapsed in September 2016. This current application has been submitted to Council. It generally matches the previous application that has since lapsed. Throughout the assessment process, it was publicly notified, and one properly made submission was received by Council with respect to this, objecting to the proposal. The primary planning grounds for objection were the potential for the development to have an adverse odour, dust or noise impact on adjoining properties, the potential for environmental harm and impact on water quality, the site's susceptibility to bushfire and flood events, visual amenity concerns and traffic concerns. These matters were considered during assessment of the application. It was considered that the recommended development approval conditions within the report would minimise the risk of the development causing environmental harm or nuisance, including at these nearby sensitive receptors. And the matters raised in the assessing officer's response to these is detailed within the report. The report is focused quite heavily upon the impact or potential impact for odour and dust to breach the confines of the site and reach nearby sensitive receptors. Wendy, if I could please ask for... Oh no, we've still got that one up? Yep. So as you can see there, if it's possible to zoom in at all to see the setbacks from the sheds. So as I've stated previously, there's a 66 metre buffer between the western site boundary and the proposed sheds. And to the southeast, which is the nearest sensitive receptor, there is a distance of 654 metres from the existing dwelling house, or 283 metres from the common boundary. And just for some context...
Sorry, Madam Chair, could you just show us where the nearest receptor is, please?
Let's hope this works. There we go. If you could just scroll down, please. It's just here at the edge of the screen.
Thank you.
Yep. Just for some context, Wendy, could I please ask that attachment 3, figures 4 to 6, be presented? Now, these provide a view to the subject site from the nearest sensitive receptor. Got it? Okay, so these are photographs looking to the subject site from the nearest sensitive receptor at 248 Coop Road.
So, Madam Chair, can I just ask a question, because there's nothing built there yet, so is this where it's expected to be built? Oh, that's the one, not the one above with the tree line.
Different levels of zoom.
Okay.
So this photograph here shows the existing dwelling house, which is to be retained as caretaker's accommodation. Now this photograph is taken at the common boundary. The sheds would be located roughly behind the dwelling house when viewed from the camera. In assessing the application against the potential impacts for odour and dust, modelling was undertaken by a suitably qualified professional which is detailed in the odour and dust assessment, which was submitted in support of the application. Wendy, if I could please ask for attachment 4, figure 7 to be presented on screen.
Wrong one.
Figure 7 of attachment 4. Thank you. So the red outline shown on that, the 2.5 figure there, that is a model which was provided to Council in this report, which shows predicted odour concentrations. Take a step back rather. The receptors are shown in pink, receptors 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now the outputs from this report showed that odour concentrations at receptor 2, which is where those photographs were taken from earlier, are at 0.35 odour units under a full year of climate scenarios. Now the highest predicted concentrations is 0.62 odour units, and that is at receptor 4 to the northwest. The 2.5 red outline, which is shown there, is the compliance limit under regulation. So the assessment in this report concludes that the proposed development would not lead to any exceedances of the odour criterion, and similarly for dust criterion, which is in figures 8 through to 11. Therefore, the operation is unlikely to have impacts on the amenity and character of the locality, despite the setback distances proposed. Now, Council's Environmental Officer has reviewed the submitted material and is satisfied with the methodology and results from the submitted report. Conditions of approval have been recommended to ensure the development is constructed and operated such that off-site impacts are mitigated to a level consistent with or less than the modelling provided. Now, the application was also supported by a site-based management plan, which describes the site and operations. It provides site-specific control measures, which includes the timing and implementation measures to minimise the risk of adverse environmental impact. That's both during construction and operational activities, and also provides mechanisms for incident management, monitoring, review, and continual improvement of environmental performance. There's also the aforementioned odour and dust assessment, which was provided, and a separate noise and traffic impact assessment. In concluding, the proposed development has been assessed with regard to the accessible benchmarks as identified within the report. It is considered to generally comply with the assessment benchmarks, or it can be conditioned to comply. Where the applicant has not provided sufficient information, conditions have been recommended to ensure compliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jayden. Councillors, questions of the officer. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Jayden. Thank you very much. Just in regard to the previous application, 2011, I believe, 2011, you mentioned the conditions were similar now to what they were there. Can you highlight any conditions that are different to this application that would have been in 2011 based on submitters' P&E court, and if there were any changes that Council took on board in regard to that, albeit that it was dismissed?
Thank you, Councillor, through the Chair. The assessment of the report and the drafting of the conditions has very much tried to take into account the previous condition set which followed the court judgment. Where there's variances in conditions between what's in the report here and the court judgment is generally due to changes in wording, changes in legislation and references there. There are some select cases where the conditions don't exactly match. That could be in cases where we've recommended conditions that go above and beyond what followed the court judgment in response to changes in legislation, or in some cases where we've relaxed those requirements. One matter that was raised was the timing of vehicles entering the site, screening of vegetation to the premises from public places and nearby properties. Those are the examples I can think of off the top of my head, but certainly it has been structured to be very similar.
But can I just have a follow-up? Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you. Thanks. In regard to, you mentioned the traffic or the driveway in and out. Have we conditioned this at a higher level or a lower level to what 2011 was?
In terms of the number of vehicles entering the site, or the constructed standard of that?
The constructed standard and what's required, because obviously traffic is an issue too, going in and out of the place. So I just wondered whether the conditions were. You just mentioned it before that was one of the changes, and I just wondered what the change was.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. I can't recall exactly what the constructed standard requirements were of the previous appeal. Now, I do have a copy of that here, but in the interest of time, it would take some time to analyse that. I understand that the previous judgment conditioned that it be constructed to an all-weather standard, as we have conditioned in this case.
Okay.
One additional matter which was considered in this case is, in the event of a flood, whether that is traversable in a flood event. You'd be aware that Council has since done flood modelling which shows that select areas of the site are subject to flood hazard in a 1 in 100 year event. And there are conditions provided within the report which require that these remain traversable in such an event.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Any other councillors have questions or queries of the officer? Councillor Carl, then Councillor Von Hoof.
Yeah, just on the flooding issue, and since the flood mapping that's been done, I just had a query on I'm just trying to find the attachment here. No, not site context. I think it's the next one. No. It's got the layout of the proposed sheds, and then it has a holding tank for effluent at the bottom of that. I'm interested to see how far, or if you've got an estimate of how far that holding tank, effluent tank, what appears to be, is from the floodplain, what appears to be the floodplain, which is pretty obvious where the cultivations are. How far would that distance be, and what are the likely impacts of a 1 in 100 year event and overflow of that effluent into what appears to be not there's a waterway further down on the other side of the floodplain, but what's the likelihood of contamination or an overflow of effluent? What measures have been taken to protect against that?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. I'll try to answer part of that question, and if there's anything specific relating to stormwater quality issues in the result of, say, sediment exceeding that dam, I might refer it to Council's engineers. In terms of the placement of the sediment pond on the site and the mapped flood hazard, the 1 in 100 year event, all of the site structures, including the sediment pond, are clear of the mapped flood hazard. There was an area of on-site effluent disposal which was nominated on plans that is within the flood area. That is the sewage treatment from the caretaker's accommodation and the staff amenities building. That is to be relocated outside of the flood area. In terms of the sediment pond, which stormwater is directed to, and in which manure from the sheds is to be hosed out twice a year to that sediment pond. That is also located outside of the flood area. In the event of an overtopping event, the site-based management plan that was submitted with that application talks through how effluent is managed that comes out of that dam. What they've proposed as a stormwater quality device is vegetated filter strips. My understanding is that that will filter out many of the contaminants which come from that dam. Is there any other aspect of that question that I may have missed?
No, that's fine. Just the extent of the you didn't answer how far that sediment pond is from which appears to me to be quite obviously a floodplain where the edge of those cultivations are, comes up. How far is that from there? Because that would determine the success of vegetation filtering out.
I see. Yep.
Stuff that we know our environment's affected. Whilst some people would consider it nice, healthy manure, there are other and numerous records of pollutants entering our environment from these sorts of sources.
In terms of the distance horizontally, I'm not sure of the exact distance. It was only reviewed on mapping and confirmed to be outside of that area. In terms of elevation, I understand that it's 10 metres above the defined flood event, 1 in 100 years. In terms of the requirements for, say, an overtopping event, stormwater from that, how much distance is required for that to filter through vegetated filter strips? How much vegetation is required for it to be adequately filtered? I can't answer that question myself. I might invite Council's engineer to answer that if possible.
Where's Adam?
Or Luke?
I measured.
You might need to come up to the microphone. Thank you, Luke.
Councillor, through the chair. I measured the distance from the waterway, not from the floodplain, but just to give you a little bit of information that I can, the centre of the waterway to the southern edge of the stormwater management pond was approximately 1,200 metres. There was a difference in height from the high bank of the waterway to the base of the stormwater management pond of approximately 10 metres in height. So if you can sort of visualise the floodplain itself extending from the creek through the property in the south of the property up to the stormwater, you've got 10 metres worth of freeboard from the creek if the creek was to flood. I can't talk specifically about the floodplain that you're referring to.
Well, is it a reasonable assumption to make that in a one-on-one, where the extent of the flood mapping, it would spread out over that, from those aerial photographs, would spread out over those cultivated areas? Is
So
that
when I was reviewing it, my particular interest is separation of clean water, i.e. floodplain water versus site process water. The environmental management plan that we've endorsed includes diversion banks to separate overland flow away from the pond, the sheds and the catchment that drains to the stormwater pond. So you're only ever going to get direct rainfall into it. The size of that pond, I believe, is 50 megalitres. Spot calculations for engineers, maybe, put them on the spot. They might be able to determine how quickly that would fill up in a rainfall event. But there is separation contingency measures written within the environmental management plan, section 5.3.7, surface water impacts, that are trying to mitigate against those.
Thank you.
I would then presume that the operation by the people on site would be to not clean the shed in the middle of a 1 in 100 year storm. That would be an inappropriate activity for them to undertake. And if there was an impact recorded and we investigated that they were doing that practice during a rainfall event, that would be poor form that our compliance team would then have to investigate reasons why and what impacts occurred.
Thanks.
Councillor Von Hoff, you were next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Thanks, Jayden. I too had questions about the flooding, which I have been addressed through Councillor Carl's question. I just want to go through some waste management questions. So I'm looking at conditions 97, 98, and to a lesser extent 99, page 118 of board books, councillors, 18 of 54 of the report. So I just want to be clear that we specify that they have to be kept in a clean state, in good repair, fitted with a tight-fitting lid. They have to be sufficient to, what does it say, sufficient to accommodate the type and level of waste likely to be generated. Jayden, can you just spell it out for me, please? This development would produce a certain amount of manure, a certain amount of animal carcasses in the event that there were some animals that died. All of this waste, is this, can you just tell me where it is on the development, and is it contained outside or is it in an indoor area? I'm not clear on it and I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sure, no, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. To answer the start of your question, so conditions 97 and 99 are related more to general waste that would be associated, for example, with household or office waste, associated with the staff amenities building or the caretaker's accommodation.
Okay.
Other forms of waste that will be generated by the development, as you rightly state, are organic waste, manure, and dead carcasses from birds. Now, the manure is to be kept in the sheds with the birds until they are taken out, which happens twice a year. During this time, the manure is loaded onto trucks and taken out of the site, and the sheds undergo cleaning as well and are hosed down to, and I suppose the excess manure on the floor is drained out to that sediment pond. In terms of chicken carcasses, they are located, if I could just get the pointer up again. This building up here is the compost building for the disposal or storage of dead birds. The birds are to be put in there. It's an imperviously sealed roofed structure where birds are placed with composting material. The site-based management plan states that there is to be 30 centimetres of material, nominally sawdust, over the top of them. And these are turned through a specific method to, essentially, it's called composting, yes. As far as I'm aware, that is the main source of waste, but regular waste is taken away as conditioned semi-regularly, whereas the organic waste is to be taken away twice a year at the end of each cycle of birds.
Thank you.
Is that in a house? Sorry to butt in. Chair.
Councillor McMillan, did you have a question?
Sorry, I'm just on where you're going. The where the carcasses are composted, is that inside?
No.
Inside the shed.
It's referred to as a composting building. Thank you, Councillor. It's described by the applicant as a composting building for the temporary storage of dead birds. Now, I understand this structure is to be roofed with an impervious base, so it prevents any water from getting in. So, in essence, it is a structure, yes.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank
Karen
you.
Carroll Taylor,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at condition 69 and 70, how realistic is it to request that all heavies use Ryford Pratton and then turn right into Coop and then turn right into the property? From previous things over the years, I suggest that they'll do exactly what they want and come exactly how they wish. So, what are we trying to achieve by saying that?
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. Now, if we impose that condition, the site operators would be mandated to travel along that route. The alternate route is not up to standard.
No, I know.
And it would not, it is an unsealed road, well, narrow gravel,
Narrow road,
dust.
yeah. So, Madam Chair, and a follow-up there, so why are we not requesting, do we have any projected numbers of heavies on accessing and egressing this place, this proposal? And if that is the case, then why are we not requesting an upgrade to that road?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. A traffic impact assessment was submitted with the application which detailed those. I'm not aware of the numbers off the top of my head.
I'd like to know the numbers.
I might
Thanks.
invite our engineer, Adam Gould,
Thank
to
you.
respond to that.
Thanks, Adam. Maybe if you just introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Adam Gould, engineer in development engineering. The traffic, through you, Chair. The traffic report, so there's essentially 2 cycles within a year, 26-week cycles with a gap for cleaning. So at the beginning of the 26-week cycle, there's 3 trucks enter with birds. There's 1 feed truck per week for that 26 weeks. At the end of that 26-week cycle, there's then 3 trucks leave the site, and then 2 more trucks for manure.
So these are large heavies we're talking about? What are we talking about?
They're a mix of AVs, so semi-trailers, and 19-metre B-doubles, so the smaller.
So what's the mix there, Adam, through you, Madam Chair?
Through Chair, it's mainly, from memory, the trucks coming to the site at the beginning is AVs. The ones for birds leaving were B-doubles.
Yes.
And then I think the manure, if I recollect, are B-doubles as well.
Okay.
AVs.
AVs. Okay, so the interesting thing is when you look at the CSIRO tool around these situations, you usually find that what's projected is possibly not what's true, with product in and product out. And this is, I'd say that's the very bottom end of what will be going in there.
Yep.
So I'm not sure that I'm satisfied with that on that road. That's quite, I don't know. I know that we're in a situation where we have to ask for what's fair and reasonable, but the neighbours don't ask for these sorts of developments. And I do believe that there should be some sort of a benefit to them, i.e. sometimes with a little bit of an upgrade to their roads, and also for safety. Because you've got, and I'm not sure, are there school buses using that road?
No, not that we're aware of.
Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I thought there was someone else before me. I've got a couple of questions, if I could. First of all, going back to the September 2012 court judgment where conditions were imposed on the previous approval, I'm not comfortable that we've got a response that ensures that those conditions are met, because if it's a court judgment, I get the impression that that needs to be carried on even though it's a fresh application. Yeah. And so I'd like to think that if there were conditions put on that approval,
we've carried
that they should then be put on any new approval in the same place. So I'd like to be firstly reassured that that is the case, understanding that changes do happen to planning schemes, but I think that if a court judgment is in place, it should be respected in this application as well.
I agree with that, Nancy.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, I might just invite Danielle Fitzpatrick to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Can you tell everyone who you are too, Danielle? Thank you.
Thanks, councillors. There was an appeal and I was here in that time, so I lived through that appeal at that time as well. So there was an application, there was a decision, there was an appeal, there was a resolution of that appeal which resulted in the order of the court which had a range of conditions. Keeping in mind from recollection that application and appeal were considered in light of, I think it was correct me if I'm wrong, Jaden, the Clifton planning scheme, and the application was made and determined under the Sustainable Planning Act. Good, got that right. Whereas the current application is a number of years later, and we are assessing it under the Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme and under a different piece of legislation, the Planning Act. So the original approval that was issued, I guess, in effect through the court order lapsed because the proponent never acted on that approval. So that ceases to be of any force or effect and relevance. We received a fresh application for this development, and albeit the court order is of no relevance because it's all lapsed, my understanding is that in the majority of cases, and as is the case with poultry farms, the officers have endeavoured as far as possible to look to reflect in a similar vein the types of requirements and conditions that were in the court order. And as Jaden indicated earlier at the beginning of his presentation, in some instances there are in fact probably additional requirements or more onerous requirements based on, I guess, a reflection of the change in the planning scheme and the legislation over time, and that there may be some variations, but in effect we've assessed it based on the current scheme, the current assessment benchmarks and any relevant matters, and have been cognisant of the fact that the GORS did go through a lengthy and costly process, as did Council, in terms of trying to come to a resolution of the concerns that the GORS had in relation to that initial application, decision and appeal. So I hope I've answered the question.
That helps. So I've just got two more quick ones, please, Madam Chair.
Summerfield, yep.
Understanding time. So one is in Figure 7, where you talk about the odour concentrations. What wind speed has been taken into consideration in that?
Sorry, Councillor, could you please repeat the question?
Has any wind speed been taken into consideration in the odour concentration? As in, if I'm a next door neighbour and we've got an easterly or westerly wind blowing at 30 kilometres an hour, where does that odour concentration end up?
Okay, thank you, Councillor, through the Chair. The submitted odour and dust assessment did explain its methodology. It was based on a variety of factors, including wind speed, direction, based on climatological data over a lengthy period of time. If there's any more information that you wish for us to, I suppose, explain to that one, I can invite our environmental officer to speak to that.
Would you like some more information, Councillor Summerfield? I think it was covered in the report about the data.
Predominantly.
Yeah.
You said it does allow for that.
Yeah.
Okay. So final question, and that is in relation to residences being near these sheds, how close can a residence be built or be in location to those sheds?
There's no set figure. Thank you, Councillor. There's no set figure on where or how close a shed, a poultry farm, for example, such as this one, may establish to existing dwellings. The submitters have rightly pointed out in their submissions that there are assessment benchmarks which nominate particular distances. For example, in the Rural Uses Code, there's an acceptable outcome which specifies a distance of 1 kilometre from the common boundary, which in this case does not meet that requirement. I think, as Stuart discussed in the previous, previously today, in the performance-based planning system that we have, we need to look to see whether it complies with the performance benchmark and more broadly with the planning scheme, such as in the case with a impact assessable application. In this case, we've relied on the odour and dust assessment report, which was submitted by a suitably qualified professional. And the outputs of that modelling showed that the odour and dust concentrations would not affect any nearby sensitive receptors in accordance with the, I suppose, the benchmarks that the state has adopted.
Thank you. So I just wonder who looks after the welfare of the staff who have to live in the quarters right beside those sheds? Because I'm not talking about the neighbours, I'm talking about the staff that will be living on that farm right beside those sheds. And who looks after the welfare and health of those people?
Thank you, Councillor. There is some assessment benchmarks in our planning scheme which also, in the case of a caretaker's accommodation, which they've applied for, deal with impacts to those. I don't recall the assessment benchmark off the top of my head, but I do believe it was addressed within the report, and it relates to it might actually assist if I just find that one.
It might be a question too that you could put to the applicant, Councillor Summerfield, perhaps, yeah.
Happy to put it to the applicant, just in the interest of time.
Was there?
Yes, I think that's probably best.
Yeah. Councillor Carl?
Yeah, Madam Chair, can I take us back to my question about the evaporation dam in front of the sheds? Just a slightly different inquiry on figure attachment 5 of 6. When I blow it up and I can just read the detail about the evaporation dam to capture the first 25 mil of rainfall from the pad designed to be confirmed by RPEQ during detailed design. That's fine, the last bit. I'm just wondering, 25 mil is an inch, isn't it, in old terms, or thereabouts?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, has the applicant taken the minimum standard here, is my first question, for capturing 25 mil? My second question is, does that combine the pad and the roof area, because they're 2,000 square metres each, those sheds, which would be what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12,000 square metres of roof surface plus hard stand pad, or is the stormwater from the roof surface funnelled away elsewhere on the site and the pad captured into the dam, or is it a combined total area? And hence my question, is that enough? Accounting for 25 mil of runoff of hard stand area, if it's combined roof and pad area.
Okay, thank you, Councillor, through the chair. I believe this was discussed briefly earlier. The site-based management plan talks to this in detail, which I understand.
I didn't get a definitive answer
about
the capacity of the dam, and I've just picked that up. 25 mil rainfall is, and we've experienced that in some storms just recently locally around here in Toowoomba, and in hard stand area, that's quite a considerable amount of runoff. I'm not sure of the combined surface area of that total pad and roof area, but it would seem that there would be a considerable amount of runoff, which the officer quite adequately explained to me that dam, that evaporation dam would be the catchment for that area. I'm questioning whether that dam's big enough in measuring only to capture the first 25 mil of rainfall, because then my understanding it would top over. If that's a correct assumption?
That's correct, Councillor. So the water flowing to the sediment pond and evaporation dam, as it is called, is water collected from the roofs of the sheds, as well as the pad of those sheds. Any stormwater external to that, such as uphill on the site, is diverted away from that. It is designed to it's been planned to overtop in large rain events. It's not an unforeseen. As Luke explained earlier, you would not be cleaning out the sheds in a flood event or an extremely heavy rainfall event.
I know.
The interest, my understanding is that...
Twice a year,
Twice a year, yes.
Yep, but that stuff that goes into the dam sits there. So is it designed, I want to be really clear about this, because we see some horrible examples of designed public realm spaces with hard stand runoff in stormwater, and we design them to a Q100 event. I get that. Are you confident that this is this designed to a Q100 event, topping over or less, with that combined runoff from that hard stand pad combined with the roofs? Because that stuff stays in there twice yearly. It doesn't go anywhere, but once it tops over, it goes.
Sure.
So,
I might just let our engineer Adam Gould speak to those matters. I will just mention as well that we have included conditions about maintaining the sediment pond, which would include ensuring it maintains an adequate capacity. So material that builds up in the dam is taken away from the site so that it doesn't fill up over time. You got it?
Through you, Chair. So the sediment pond, I believe, is 50 megalitres from earlier, so 50 million litres. So off of a 25 millimetre rainfall event, that would be 200 hectares of surface area. So, this development would be, in the order 10 times smaller than that. So essentially you'd be talking at least, 250, 300 millimetres before you're anywhere near.
so that 200,
But that happens.
200 hectares, is that hard stand or just...
Well, it'd be 50 million litres, which is 50 megalitres, divided by 25 mil of rainfall equals, it'd be have to fall on 200,000, 200 hectares
Of hard stand surface.
of, hard stand surface.
Okay.
No infiltration to the soil.
Yep. Right. No worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask what an earth berm is and what does an acoustic fence look like generally in a rural area like that? I'm just thinking about the amenity.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Chair. The applicant has proposed an acoustic barrier, which is shown on the plans, which are up on screen, actually. My understanding is it's been described as it's simply described within the summary of the application as an acoustic barrier, but my understanding is it's a earth mound up to 3.6 metres in height. My understanding is that the landscaping proposed is partly to screen that due to the height of that, and that any residual landscaping around the site would also serve to screen the appearance.
What does the fence look like? Do we know what that looks like? And who?
So the earth mound is
the fence?
in place of a fence.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
there's two different mechanisms.
Plantings. So,
Okay, it says construction of an earth berm and acoustic fence of minimum height of 3.6 metres situated along the southern edge of the internal loop road.
Right, so that condition there provides some flexibility in which type of treatment they can propose, and it looks like Luke is prepared to offer an answer
Thanks,
to that
Jane.
one. Thank you.
Chair, Section 5 of the approved noise report includes a diagram showing the acoustic barrier fence, which includes an earth berm of approximately 2 metres, finished with an acoustic barrier fence on top of 2 metres. So I'm sorry I can't show everyone, but
okay, yep.
there. Now, the important point of this is that they achieve a 4 metre height, whether that height is comprised solely of a barrier fence or completely of an earth berm that is then grassed with some trees or whatever else it needs to be, so long as it is 4 metres tall of a solid structure, that will achieve the acoustic objective that we need it to.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sorry to go back over this sediment pond and evaporation dam, but I think this is a little bit iffy. Sediment must be removed from the sediment pond evaporation dam as required to ensure an adequate ongoing storage for capacity for the use. I mean, we're talking about, Councillor Carl mentioned, I had over 200 mils of rain in February last year. So if that comes out of the blue and the sediment pond hasn't been cleaned out, and it goes, then you know where it all goes. If it's got stuff, it goes into the watercourse. That's exactly where it goes, and it goes back down into the ground. So it's sort of if sediment is to be removed. It doesn't say when it should be removed, or is that okay like that? Or I think it's a little bit iffy. Sediment must be removed as required. So in whose opinion as required? To ensure an adequate ongoing storage capacity. And then 96 says, if sediment is to be removed from the dam, sediment pond, it must be removed together with the spent litter from the poultry sheds. Well, they're only going to do that when they're going to take the litter out of the poultry sheds, so perhaps not when there's a storm predicted or something else, and taken off-site for disposal. I think that's a little bit grey. I don't think that says it must be. It says it must be removed as required. So it doesn't say, you know, when it needs to be removed. It must be removed, but as required. And then over here, if it is to be removed, it must be removed together with the spent litter from the poultry sheds. Why is it linked to that? Because if the dam needs cleaning out, it needs cleaning out. It shouldn't be on a time cycle with the spent litter from the poultry sheds, in my view. So why have we tied those two together? Because I'm just thinking, you know, we're talking about how our weather has changed, and I take it that's what's fair and reasonable. I understand all that. But our weather has changed, and we're going to have more rain events as opposed to general rain. So it's more than, you know, 200, 300 mils of rain over a few hours is not an unusual event. And it has happened, and that's what we had last February, almost all over our TRC region, and there's been a lot of damage caused by that. But my concern here is that we haven't said, you know, when the dam gets to a certain, what's the catalyst for them to, when the sediment must be removed,
Taylor,
and then why have we tied it to the litter thing?
Well, Councillor Taylor, General Manager Summers suggests maybe you ask that as a management question to the applicant, perhaps.
But no,
Are you
that's
happy with
our
that?
condition.
No?
So why would the applicant be talking about it?
Just when as needed. Weren't you talking about when the ponds are cleaned out as needed?
Yeah, no, and that's one part of my question. The second part is why have we linked the cleaning, the removal from the sediment pond to the spent litter from the poultry sheds and taken off-site? Why are those two linked together? Because it may not work that the poultry litter will have to be taken at a regular interval. And I'm not sure, it doesn't say that when that's done, that it has to be, unless it just needs a little bit of wording, if it needs to be cleaned out on a cycle with the poultry litter from the sheds, we need to spell it out. It's not spelled out there.
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. Just to clear up a little confusion, so the site-based management plan talks through these procedures in more detail than what is provided here. The removal of litter from the sheds only occurs twice per year. With each bird. There is a period, I believe, of 4 to 8 weeks during which the sheds are cleaned and is prepared for the next batch of birds. So there's no absolute direct link there.
Well, there is in here.
I'm sorry, I might have lost...
It must be removed together with. It is linked there in condition 96, in my view. So if the sediment pond needs to be cleaned out more than twice a year, it's not spelled out there.
I might let Danielle Fitzpatrick answer that question.
Am I not making sense?
I think you're making sense, because I'm reading condition 95, or recommended condition 95, which talks about removing sediment as required.
Yep.
And condition 96 says if sediment is to be removed, it must be removed together with the
Yeah.
spent litter, which
Twice
you
a
could
year.
take as saying, well, that could maybe only twice a year. So you could overcome that issue by actually just deleting
Separating
condition
them.
96. We'll just delete condition 96 because then there's still a requirement. Whenever there's a need to remove the
Yeah.
sediment, they have to deal with it.
Thank
and there's
you.
other provisions around removal of the spent litter. So what you would probably do if there's a concern is just recommend
Yeah,
deletion of
actually,
condition 96.
I think it just clouds the issue. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Jayden, just with the, from phase 1 to phase 2, so phase 1, just talking the sheds at the moment, so it's the first 4 sheds in stage 1 and then stage 2 is the remaining 2 sheds, am I correct? Yes? Is there a time frame or an upper limit from which those remaining 2 sheds can be built before another application may have to be lodged? I mean, are we talking within 10 years or 20 years?
Thank you, Councillor, through the Chair. The conditions relating to staging would control that.
Have I missed something?
Those are conditions beginning at number 10.
Okay.
Now, this requires that they be completed in sequential order or at any one time. The critical condition here well, actually, rather, as it's not stated, it just defaults to the standard requirements under the Planning Act. So if stage 2 of the development, rather, is not carried out within the currency period, which under the Planning Act is 6 years from commencement of use, from the date of decision, then that component of the development that has not been completed lapses. We might have to verify the exact wording of the legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Trying to recite sections off
But
the top of my head.
there is a time frame.
There is a time frame built into the legislation, which would restrict.
Couldn't go on.
Yeah, there is a limit.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no further questions, thank you very much, Jayden. Well done. I have submitters, Lee and Simon Gore here. You're going to speak, Simon. Thank you. By this stage of the afternoon, you know how it rolls. We have 5 minutes, give or take. And then you've got some questions or comments from the councillors.
Yes, I'm Simon Gore and my wife Lee. We sent out the other day to your councillors our reasonings for going against this proposal. But very quickly I'll go through a few things we've got here. It was correct what was said. We went through this 8 years ago, and I can tell you there was a lot of stress, a lot of time and effort and money went into it, and there were the conditions that were put into place. That's what we agreed to let this go and be built. And we didn't have many other choices, but we agreed on those points. I will say now that those same points will have to stay, otherwise I'm prepared to go to court again. Okay? They were made. This application is identical in virtually every single way. All it was reapplied later on. Nothing's changed, apart from the fact this was with Clifton Council. Okay, so with regards to the closest to the neighbours, us, we now have leased parents at home who are over 80 in age. And when you go back to these conditions we're talking about, scheme 9.3.8, P08, and it states that site of intensive industries must be large enough to contain all odour and dust emissions within the boundaries of the site. It's not keeping it within the boundaries of the site. You'll see in those that it supposedly just goes past and into our corner of our property. There is another one here that came with a joint witness statement of air quality experts back then from Precinct. And what I needed to ask Jayden more than anything, there is another line that goes all the way out here, which comes right to our house fence. It's not included in anything here. So I'll just give that to Dan if you want to have a quick look at that. And you might be able to explain that in a minute, because it's not included in all those maps that you have there, and it's included in that one, which came back 8 years ago. Within the boundaries of the site, the reference we said there is that if it can't be contained within the boundaries of the site, then it is to revert back to 9.4.2, which states that a distance of 1 kilometre from the nearest resident be implemented. Okay, now we're talking about a little bit here and a little bit of give and take here, but there it is in black and white. And we're getting smells from a cattle feedlot 3 kilometres away, on quiet nights, without wind blowing too much, just a gentle breeze, quite strong, and that's 3 kilometres away. How do you expect us to believe that we're not going to get anything from 630 metres away? I'm afraid I find that very hard to believe, no matter what experts say. Now, as far as this is the important part. It also says it's not to be built within a catchment area or reflooding areas. I sent Jayden a drone video of this last January-February flood. Now, can we bring up, if we've got that there, do you have that pointer? May I be able to borrow that, wherever that is?
On there.
Here it is. If we go back to that one, that'll do. What do I do here? Push the centre button?
Point at that.
All right. Which one do I push?
That one there. Is it working?
No.
Maybe switched off.
Maybe the drop going up.
Okay, you got it?
Yep, everyone can see that.
All right. Right. What happened is, now what's happening, about 14 years ago, the River Trust did some work back on the neighbours on this side, onto the neighbours, and it's now washed out and created an 80-foot diameter by 40-foot deep hole. All the water now, apart from a very small amount, and when you get into a big flood, now goes through our place, through this section here, and around this spot here, where you can see on there. All the water goes through there now on this section. This bit here stays out of the water, except for in a good flood. 10 and 11, there was 3.5 kilometres of water right across here.
Madam Chair, can I just ask, that's the creek line, is it, along there? Where you're saying
The creek line is, let me get this thing going again. Come on, talk to me.
Go closer to it.
You go closer.
It's not playing games with me.
It looks like that's a creek line is actually formed where you're saying the water goes.
That is the creek proper.
Yeah.
That's the Dalrymple.
Yep.
Right? The Dalrymple now only flows in a big flood. All the water now proceeds through. Can that photo be scrolled up a little bit more? Okay, it's not showing it. Comes through here and goes through. There's a big washout here, which is now our water hole. And it comes through here, cuts down, and now it flows around right to the base of where that floodplain is there. That happens every year. 5 times last year, and we had 3 out of those times we didn't have any rain. It came from Toowoomba, and it comes through there. And when it does rain, I've seen it 6 inches deep running down that hill. There's a 30-metre drop from there to the start of the floodplain. So you can't tell me that's not a catchment area. And I think there was a later statement that was sent the other day saying in your planning scheme number 17 has just been revised, probably due to that drone footage. So it is a catchment area. It then goes from there into the Dalrymple. What it also does is it'll go round, if it'll do it again for me.
Must have to have an operation licence.
There's their site. It comes all the way around here. All the water from the hill also runs into this gully-looking thing here. It is a gully, and runs straight into the Dalrymple there.
You can see it, yeah.
Okay? So if anything overflows there, it goes into that water, which is probably no more than 100 or 200 metres from possibly, I'm not sure exactly, so I shouldn't say, from where that pond is going to be.
Down into the watercourse.
Okay? And that happens all the time now. We have water going through that section, not the creek. And if we could expand back, and if you actually have a look at that drone footage that I sent Jayden, you will see just how wide that gets and how fast it flows. That also goes, when that 10-11, there was another metre higher than where that water went. That water was up to the windmill where I had a PowerPoint, was a metre higher than where that January, February water was. The shed constructions, very quickly, no indication of the cladding. We were hoping if it did go ahead, it would be something like a colorbond, which would blend in with the countryside, but I'm not sure whether it's a highly reflective zinc aluminum shed, probably, which is not exactly what I cast environmentally friendly. The vegetative screen inspection, if you looked at their other site, which is at Back Plains, there was no screening there at all until we went to court in 2008. After that, they'll put the effort in to put all the trees in. Going back this morning, just coming to here, a good probably 40% of that is still dead. The highest tree is about 3 metres. What's the guarantee that this is going to not happen again? It was after the court case that they put it in. And if you look at 2 other sites that didn't have trees, they're in, but they're not near a main road, so a road site, so they're entitled to do whatever. But here, if I see on the plan there that Jayden said it's extended right up to the top of the hill, which is good, but we need to make sure that guaranteed that it is kept to within 5 years, I think. He said that it's supposed to be, was it 5 years? What's the height? I think it's supposed, well, anyway, that vegetation is kept in order and anything dead should be replaced, which I don't see anything on here within a time frame.
No, that's a good point.
Okay. Positioning of the sheds. Yeah, what I want to know is why is it so close to the boundaries? It's only probably 100 metres from the other boundary, but of course there's no complaints from there. That's not really, nothing I can do about that. But where that water does go, I'll go back to that, it actually went under the floorboards of that people on your receptor 2, which was over there. Wherever those receptors were, it was actually under their floorboards in 10-11. So if there's any overflow, it's going to be going right through them, and it also goes straight into the Condamine,
yep,
which is the main river.
Simon,
okay?
I'm going to wrap you up.
Good.
Good.
I've only got a couple more left, okay? I'll quickly go through it. The plans and dimension of the evaporation ponds, we asked about that. Let's see what happens with that. But when it comes to the pits, it's very minimal on information on 30 centimetres of sawdust is not a lot to go over rotting corpses, but if it's a standard, so be it. But we want to know if that shed is going to be completely waterproofed, and there were 4 dingoes being seen there in the last 2 months, walking straight through that property. Are they going to be able to dig this up? Is it going to be fenced off? None of that I can understand. I can't see any brief descriptions. The sheds, it's in 2 stages. If it does get approval, why can't it be in 1 stage? So we don't have to put up with 2 lots of trucks, construction, noise, as far as I'm concerned. And there's 2 different setups here. In one of your statements from Precinct, it says it will be done in 1 stage. In yours, it's saying it's going to be in 2 stages. So I'm confused. So if we can get that sorted and let us know, that'd be good. And I mean, as far as the last thing is that we have a succession plan for our family. And my son was thinking about coming in. He's got a few more years left on the rigs, and then he thinks he might come out to the place. What guarantees have I got that I can build a house, that he can build a house there? If he buys our place is in 2 deeds, and he's talking about coming in and building a house, according to your regulations and the regulations about building here, we can't build within the kilometre of an intensive farm. So why are we penalised?
Buffers.
Okay. I mean, I have a plan in place.
Very generous.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, stay there, Simon.
Yep.
Any questions, comments from the councillors? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you, Simon. My question actually, Madam Chair, direct me on this. I would like to get some comment from council officers on, particularly on the watercourse issues that have been raised, please.
I agree.
I thought we had fairly much covered it, but I don't know.
No.
Did you want to?
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't. We haven't taken into account the topography.
Thank you, Councillor, through Madam Chair. Was there any particular question which I could respond to? There's quite a few matters raised.
So, Councillor Carl, when you were discussing this and you were saying, and then when Simon was speaking, you were saying, oh, that's what I was indicating about where the water's going instead of, as it was indicated in one of the attachments.
Well,
water will always find its.
The gentleman's just confirmed my inquiries about the floodplain and probably the extent of that flow adjacent to the development, the proposed development. So that's what I was inquiring about.
Jaden, I could probably answer one thing there.
So if I could...
Is that you've got in here 700 metres, that's to the Dalrymple. It's not where the flow is anymore. The flow now is right at the base of that arch you see back down here in the floodplain. You can actually see part of the cultivation there.
Okay, so if we need a specific question then, Madam Chair, if that's going to be helpful, upon what reason, what was the rationale, please, Jaden, behind making the assessment not at that top mark where Simon's talking about, but rather further to the south of what's indicated here on this image that's in front of us?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. That's ultimately a question that the applicant may be able to answer. I would suspect that it may have something to do with the topography of the site, keeping in mind also that a development higher up in the site, up at the northern end of the site, would also be more visible. Ultimately, we're assessing the application which was presented to us, which has located the sheds where they are. In our assessment, we've looked at the flood mapping, which was introduced in version 24 of the planning scheme, and with the exception of the on-site effluent system and some access roads internally, the entire development was located outside of that mapped flood hazard area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I make a comment there? Thank you. If we could go back to that overlay, and what, Simon, you don't have to look too far, that pink overlay of the property, you don't have to look too far. Is our flood mapping right? Because in some of those areas we just got people's memories and other things. You can see where the water flows there. Have a look at it. I come from the bush. That's where the water flows. You can see it. So why have we had a look, and I'm not, obviously we've done it with the thought that the water flows down to the Dalrymple. But it obviously takes a circuitous route to get there. So you can see where the water flows. Have a look at it. And so by disturbing that and putting sheds up there, we're going to redirect water somewhere that we really don't know where it's going to go.
It's an engineering question.
Okay. Can we have an
Yes, thank you,
engineering
Councillor. I might invite an engineer to respond to that one.
Righty, thanks for the, through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Taylor. So I might go, just trying to think of the best way to answer this one.
Well, I'm sorry, but I can see what Mr. Gore has pointed out. If you look under that pink, it's not hard, you can see the watercourses. You can see where water it'll always find its way, and you can see where it's gone.
Yes, so it does appear that there may be a secondary creek branch forming there.
And I'm only saying that because in the old days, the creeks formed part of our boundaries and different things. They change course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although I believe there's quite an elevation difference there, so I'd say the main watercourse would still be the Dalrymple. My I did assess this one against our new flood hazard overlay, which only came in partway through the assessment process, unfortunately. Whether or not that is correct is I would say yes. It's being prepared by our drainage planning section and hopefully a team of dedicated consultants and things like that, so that should be good.
I could just mention there that we couldn't be everywhere, and some of the places where we mapped come from people's memories and other things, so it may not be ground truth there.
Yeah, and that may be possible. So we've looked at it and done the best assessment we can. And I have overlaid our current overlay with the applicant's proposed site layout. And generally, the flood hazard overlay comes just south of, so this is the 1 in a 100-year event, which is the only overlay in that area, comes just south of that sediment pond and loops up around to the north a little bit through this effluent area where that watercourse that Simon referred to comes down. But for the most part, the site is clear, so we have provided conditions that the applicant can conduct minor earthworks to make sure that that pad and everything fits in nicely.
Thank you. Would you mind showing me on that particular slide where the sheds are going to be?
Yeah.
You need to press that button there.
Right there.
You can point at that.
Like this, yep. Okay, so it might be worth if we go, Wendy, to the one with the flood hazard overlay on it.
On that map.
No, I'd like to see it on the other one, thanks.
Oh, sorry, you'd like to see it?
Yeah, I would like to see it on where we can see where the water runs, where we can see it.
Yep, so my understanding, is the sheds are going in around here because they are above the house. Because I did go back through Simon's footage when he sent that through and compared locations of trees and things like that with the expected overlay and the expected shed location relative to the house, and I'm fairly confident that we should be okay. So, yeah, that's my answer to that question.
Well, it does, and thank you very much for that. But the other thing is that when you put hard stand on something, you can model, but you can never actually be totally accurate, can you? Where the water's going to go from the hard stand and the roofing.
You can model it. That's one for the RPQ at detailed design when they design the site. So we did. This is a issue I did raise with them during the info request, and you would see on figure 12 that there are some indicative arrows of how they're going to set up their diversion bunds to get that around the site, matching in as best as they possibly can with current contours and things like that.
Okay.
And trying to keep the ultimate discharge point from the site the same.
Have we got a satisfactory answer to that? You'll be next, Councillor Carr, but Councillor McDonald?
Thank you.
Me next?
Thank you.
Yep.
Or Councillor Carr? Me? Thank you, Madam Chair. Simon, thanks very much for coming in and putting a case forward. There's a few little things that you mentioned of a concern, and perhaps the applicant might answer some of those, but the main area for me was that you mentioned that the conditions that were put forward that you had agreed upon, you want to stay in there. Can you just tell us what those conditions were that are different to what's in here?
The conditions that they had here, I'm not fully sure. I mean, one of the examples for sure was that in the application, an example was number 3, was the fact that when it came to collection of chooks, no truck movements were to be done before 7:30 in the morning through till 6 in the afternoon. I'm not sure that that's been put through here, because a lot of those places get trucks at midnight and at 1 o'clock in the morning to go and load chooks. And one of the reasons and one of the things that was discussed and outcome of this Plan and Environment Court case was that no truck movements will be happening from anything before, but only from 7:30 in the morning till 6 in the evening, 6:30 in the evening. Now, I don't see that in your current application type thing.
In the conditions?
In the conditions,
Okay.
which is very important to us.
Certainly. Okay, well, that's good that you've given that feedback. Are there any others in there that you recall?
Oh, look, I think really most of them are still in there, but there are some things that are vague now with how they put it. I think as far as that's concerned, in yours it's got something about truck movement as long as it's under a certain number of decibels. That doesn't cut the mustard with me. Once it's in place and they've got that there, whatever noise comes, it's going to come. And at night time, I can assure you, noise travels a long way. And trucks loading chooks at midnight is not what we want 600 metres away. So my knowledge, this thing says here, 7:30 in the morning till 6:30 in the afternoon is truck movements.
It's not in here, but it should be in here. That's what you're saying.
Well, I don't see that specific wording there.
Righto. No,
Jayden, is that a fair assessment, that there is no time limits on the truck movements? Currently?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. There is, if you refer to the condition set, condition 80 limits the hours in which a feed truck may access the site, but it does not limit the times that a truck may collect chickens at the end of the cycle. Now, that was a condition that was included in the original appeal. In place, the other control that we have on that is condition 82, which deals more generally with acoustic noise limits. You'll see in that table there that noise limits for varying noise, such as a truck and forklift, in the evening and nighttime hours, that's 6 p.m. till 7 a.m., they've got limits of either 35 or 30 decibels, respectively. The site-based management plan has a particular procedure dealing with the collection of birds, including at night time. It does make the statement that it will try to collect birds during the day as much as practical, but acknowledging that some nighttime collection may occur, and it's got a procedure in place for when that may occur.
Madam Chair, if I can make a comment, there's Ingham's up near us, and they always come and go and collect their chickens at night time, particularly in the summertime, always.
So I guess the question then may be to the applicant to, when they speak, in regard to the impacts on their operation, if it was to be the times that that Mr Gore mentioned, 7:30 to 6:30 p.m. for all truck movements, not just for feed trucks. That's the indication I've been given, so we'd have to find out what impact that would be on the applicant. Might be something they'd take on.
I mean, that's debatable. I mean, we can be a little bit flexible, but not on night times. I mean, that could be 5 o'clock in the morning. We're usually awake anyway, most properties are.
Yeah.
So that could be into it, but not 10 o'clock at night.
Okay.
Unless
No,
they
that's
do it quietly.
good.
But anyway.
Was there anything else, Mr Gore, that you had particularly of a condition that may have been mentioned 6 years ago?
We've got the conditions there. I've got this as what I wrote about what I wanted to address.
Okay.
Without going too long into it, and we're out of time.
Thank you. No, that's okay. Councillor McMahon, you had a further
Just
question?
wanted to follow up on the question about you can't, if these sheds go ahead, you won't be able to build a house within 1 kilometre?
Essentially, I have to apply to the council for a special there has to be, I have to go to the council, which I would if I wanted to build a house anyway. But what it says in here is that once that's built, I cannot build a house within 1 kilometre. They can build 600 from my house, but we can't build another home on our property, anywhere on our property, as long as if I do build, it has to be 1 kilometre from the sheds.
Can I get a comment from an officer? Thanks.
A bit double standard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The submitter, Simon, is referring to the discussion on page 34 of the report, which deals with reverse amenity impacts. Similar to the previous application, when considering adverse impacts to sensitive receptors from uses that may generate odour or dust issues, not only do we seek to minimise impacts to existing sensitive receptors when proposing a new one, such as the assessment in this case, but also if there is an existing or approved intensive animal industry, for example, should this be approved today, There's also protections in place in the planning scheme to ensure that if someone wants to move within a kilometre of that, there are extra requirements. They would need to demonstrate that there would be no impact to the ongoing operation of that use.
It's not fair.
So in this case, if you refer to page 34 of the report, in our assessment we would rely on the odour and dust modelling which was presented in the report submitted with this application, for example, which showed no impact on Mr Gore's property from odour, for example, but that may not be the case necessarily for all the other properties.
Okay. Councillor McMahon, you've finished. Councillor Carl.
Madam Chair, just as far as you were asking before, the exact wording for that was feed deliveries and catch-ins are restricted to daytime periods only 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. and written notification shall be given to the appellant and their successors in the title prior to the commencement of each catch-out. So in other words, they're to notify us in time that they're going to be getting trucks in to do the catch-out.
Right.
So that's not in this one.
And that was a condition that mightn't be bad.
was
If
a
you could leave that, if you could just leave that wording with the general manager.
I'll give him the copy, but
Yeah.
you have the copies anyway.
That's good.
Pretty sure.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Councillor Carl?
No, in fact, Councillor McMahon beat me to my question, but it is would appear somewhat unfair around reverse amenity impacts. It should be even Stevens, if you ask me. We don't know what happens on rural properties in the future and how landowners choose to situate new buildings, dwellings. Yes, there's applications, but for the adjoining landowners to have to jump through additional hoops, and whilst I appreciate the officer's response about relying on the odour and noise impacts, that could very well change, and we know they do over time with activities, and we don't know what additional pursuits might be that might eventuate from this development. There could be subsequent stages and applications to this development too that we don't know. We're dealing with this one now, but as far as reverse amenity impacts, I think we should be considering it as an impost, and I go back to the...
Delicate point of order, Madam Chair. I think we're actually entering into debate rather than...
I might just get the General Manager to make a quick comment, though, if I could.
I merely raise it because I raised it on the last item before us as well.
Thank you.
This is reverse amenity. It's a situation that has been in planning schemes for a very, very long time, and certainly we're in, I think, all the previous 8 schemes, or 7 of the 8 anyway. It's something that protects legitimate rural activities from encroachment by urban development. That's fundamentally what it's about. If there's an additional farming house or a house on a farm required, then there's checks and balances there to make sure that the reverse amenity issues are ticked off, to make sure that they're okay. It's really important to understand that we are dealing with a rural activity in a rural zone, and there is certainly, and I think even the submitters would understand that, being
With a rural
farmers.
neighbour.
However, reverse amenity's always been there. It doesn't mean you can't build a house. It probably means that you would need to do certain things to the house to protect from some of the adverse outcomes that may be there. But again, there's no such thing as prohibitions under the legislation in Queensland for local planning schemes. It's a matter of following the procedures and working through the performance criteria that's in the scheme. The houses are not prohibited. They may be more difficult to get an approval for, and, impact assessment application.
If I could just say, we're saying there's no impacts. We're saying we've conditioned those impacts. That's what we're saying.
That's right. So there shouldn't be, by rights, any issue with the erection of a house. But I'm talking about it in a general sense.
Yes, I know, yeah. It is unfair, though.
Okay, so any further questions or comments for Simon? If not, we're going to move on to the applicants. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Appreciated, Simon. Thank you. Now we had Scott Clark or David Bray. Either taking up the opportunity to have a word? And in the spirit of the afternoon, I'll ask you to introduce yourself and where you're from. Thank you.
Off to a good start.
Been a long day.
It's all right. Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors. My name's Scott Clark and I'm the town planner that worked on that particular application for Toowoomba that we're discussing today. I suppose first off, just in a general comment back to the submitters' queries, is that when we started on doing this DA, we were very conscious of the past. We went through everything that had been dealt with in that court appeal process and the court order. Pretty much all the consultants that were involved in that were experts in that appeal. So they had access to all of the joint expert statements and everything like that. They'll go through that process. And basically, when we did the analysis, which was obviously undertaken under the current legislative requirements and current regulatory provisions, which have changed since the last approval, basically we've built everything in that was originally dealt with in that appeal as part of the assessment and preparing this application. So that's probably from the get-go what we did from the start to make sure that we had respected what had gone on in the past and that court appeal. So, for example, when there's that query in there about the berm and the acoustic fence, that's what's built into this. When there's a general comment about having additional landscaping around the boundaries near the submitted property, that's what we've done. So basically, in many respects, all the matters that were dealt with through that appeal, which was ultimately approved, we've factored into this application and this assessment process, as well as dealing with the changes in the legislation that have occurred since that time and the planning scheme. So, yeah. I suppose in terms of some of those other things, like I can just run through, is it easier if I take some of those questions or just run through some of the things that were raised, or I can be pinpointed with some of them? I suppose just with the question that the gentleman over here asked, I've got a copy of the court order with me, and the condition that the submitter raised isn't actually in there. So I'm not too sure about the timing with truck movements being limited, because that's not in the court order.
Just thanks very much, Scott. Through you, Madam Chair. Danielle, you're looking very excited.
Sorry, councillors. Mr and Mrs Gore were referring to a mediation agreement where that was specifically stated. However, it was carried over into the judgment in what is condition 4 of the judgment under approved and amended documents, and under amendments required it refers to specifically feed deliveries and catch-ins are restricted to daytime periods only, 7 to 6 p.m, and written notification shall be given to Simon, I'll paraphrase, and their successors entitled prior to the commencement of each catch-out, specifying the days on which the catch-outs will occur. So it is in the judgment, just in a different format.
Okay, so then, Madam Chair, through you, so Scott, do you see any issues on behalf of the applicant that is included or replaces the condition that's in there?
Through the Chair, Mr Councillor, generally speaking, the applicant would do everything they can to have deliveries through the day, but the other matter that goes with this is that you've got the bird welfare. So for last week, it was, 45 degrees out here? You're not going to have the birds in the middle of the day being transported. So I suppose when you sort of strip it right back, there's only going to be bird deliveries twice a year, one summer, one winter. So then, and really at the end of the time, the birds are brought in at one point and they're taken out at one point. So there might be, depending on the weather, one time where they have to be at night time because you've got to respect the birds' welfare, which they have to do anyway with the requirements of the RSPCA requirements. But for the most part, the intent would be to do it through the daytime hours.
Okay, so can I just follow up on that? I know we're probably not in the question time. The submitter also mentioned that 5 o'clock in the morning wasn't a concern to them as well. It was really just the middle of the night, and what the middle of the night definition might be. It might be different for you, me, and the submitter. But of 5 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. time frame, would that then give you or the applicant broad enough scope to cover off on the RSPCA requirements and what have you with that 5 a.m. to 7:30 p.m?
Through the Chair, Mr Councillor, we could probably work through that, and that could be something that we could consider, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Was there any other questions or comments for the applicant? Sorry.
So, yes, Madam Chair, I probably would. Back to the flooding and in huge events. How long have you owned the property? Can I ask you through the Chair? Were you there last February to observe where the water went and how it reacted in a big event?
Through the Chair. Ms Councillor, when we lodge the application, obviously you're guided by what's in your planning scheme's mapping. So that's what we started with. As part of going through the assessment, there was a change to the planning scheme whereby the mapping for that particular site was amended to show a greater flooding impact. It was raised in the submission, and in response to that submission, we took that on board, looked at your mapping, and basically, as Jayden has mentioned, we're able to demonstrate that what we're proposing is clear of that mapped flood. From a planning perspective, that's always your starting point, what's in your planning scheme. And I suppose in response to the submission, we responded to that submission. Like I suppose in many respects there's no need to, but we decided to do that and made sure that we had covered it off. And in many respects with what Jayden has conditioned in terms of some of those additional pieces of work, just to make sure that roads and everything like that are trafficable, that's something that we can manage. And then the other way that it had been designed is that it has been designed so that the berms and stuff sort of deflect the water away and keep flowing down those natural areas. So even though it wasn't specifically detailed on the planning scheme mapping when we lodged the DA, the way that we've designed it has reflected that. And then by and large, with the change in the mapping that Council has since implemented, we are in an area of the site where we are above the flood event.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask about the point that Simon brought up about the colour bond? Is that something that is reasonable to expect or comply with?
Through the Chair, Ms Chair, we have no problem with that. Look, at the end of the day, I take on board what the submitter suggested, but there would never be intent to have reflective buildings. Not at all.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, I think...
Question?
Yeah, one more question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Scott. Just in regard to the staging of the development, stage 1 and stage 2, is there a feeling that could be done in one stage?
Through the Chair, Mr Councillor, yes. So I suppose just to clarify what the submitter raised, when we lodged the application, yes, everything was intended to be done at one stage. And then obviously everyone knows what happened in March last year where everything went a bit weird. So as part of that process, when we responded to the information request, we made it clear that we're going to do a minor change to that application to build in the flexibility that if economic, I suppose, climate and everything else was still going to be ordinary leading into this year and beyond, that at least there was a flexibility to stage the development. But the intent would be to build it all in one go. The staging was more just a flexibility at that time, given the economic issues that I suppose everyone in the world was experiencing.
So just to follow up, Madam Chair, so if the application was for built in one stage, it wouldn't be a problem?
No. Oh, sorry. Through the Chair, Mr Councillor, no. Okay.
Just two very quick ones. The waterproofing of the sheds was raised by the submitter as well, or making them so that they are watertight, I gather, so that you don't get the outflow of water if there was a deluge?
Yes. Sorry, through the Chair, I believe that they'd have to be designed in such a way that the birds are protected during the rain. And I suppose just thinking about the building, there was that other comment about the waste building for the carcasses.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that, that is a concrete, well, it's effectively a bunker. It's a concrete floor, concrete walls, concrete roof, doors and a fence. So in some ways, odour's not expected to get out and dingoes aren't expected to get in. I suppose in some ways, if it's a concrete, it will definitely protect what's in there.
Final one from me. Was around fencing off, or I guess the protection. There's been some dingoes are wild dogs on the property, and whether there was any plans for a proper fencing around the perimeter.
Bring up a plan.
Don't keep them out.
Through the chair, off the top of my head, I thought around the actual shed area in the hard stand was going to be fenced.
Okay.
It's for that reason.
For that particular reason.
Yes.
Okay. Righto. That's it from me.
Okay. Councillor Vonhoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just one about the odours. Mr Clark, Mr Gore was talking about his experience with the feedlot 3 kilometres away, and we note what's stated in this report, but he has his concerns about odours. And we also know that the clearing out of the shed is going to happen every 6 months. And so it would be reasonable, I think, to expect that at 5 months and 2 weeks, the odour, because of the accumulation of manure, would be greater than at, 1 week after that clear out had taken place. So can you just clarify with me, those receptors, are they constantly recording and reporting back what's happening with odour and dust?
Through the chair. Ms Councillor, I suppose there's a technical report that's been prepared that has been prepared in accordance with the regulatory requirements. So as part of that, they would have assessed the entire operation. And in saying that, you've also got the Environmental Authority, which sits over the top of that, that also has those regulatory provisions with which would also monitor how the operation, I suppose, works during those periods with odour. Same with air quality, same with noise.
Madam Chair, well, I'm not sure that was actually an answer to my question about, is that constant reporting and recording, or is it periodic? No, the General Manager is shaking his head.
You're not stations there that are sniffing the air the whole time, are you?
Through the chair, I don't believe so.
No.
I don't think any development does that, actually. I think you do your modelling on the basis of everything that's there, and obviously with the report that's been done, again, taking into consideration that what went through that court process 7 years ago, whatever, they've factored in a whole range of, I suppose, different weather requirements, which is what they need to do. So that's obviously wind speed, temperature, all that sort of stuff. And I suppose when you're lodging an application, that's what you've got to do, because you've got to be able to demonstrate that you can comply with your regulatory limits. And at the end of the day, a specialist consultant has done that. He's prepared a report, and that's for the basis, I suppose, of how it would all operate and how the conditions are imposed both by council and by the regulatory authority as part of their environmental authority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, I think I can say thank you to you, Scott.
Through the chair, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, well done. Now, can I have someone move that we reinstate standing orders? Please, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Taylor, all those in favour? Okay, so we have the recommendation before you that Council approve application MCUI 2020-2830 for the development permit for a material change of use impact intensive animal industry, no? What's that? Are there any amendments that are coming forward? Thank you, Councillor McDonald.
From condition-wise, Madam Chair, before that recommendation is put forward, or I'm happy to move the recommendation, but with amendments, with changes in the conditions. Conditions being that, number one, the approved use is done in one stage, not 2 stages, and the condition around the operating hours for trucks, which we've worked on, almost workshopped, to read 5 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. with the wording that the manager had there before. She's getting that right now, which could well replace some other conditions that are in there.
Sorry, Councillor McDonald. So we've got the additions, I guess, to condition 80, which would then reflect that which was in the original court judgment, accepting the times would be amended to, did you say 5 a.m. to 7:30 p.m?
5 a.m. to 7:30 p.m.
Then in relation to, we can add in a couple of conditions around colours and finishes, which ensure that those aspects are addressed. Jayden had very kindly prepared a couple of suggestions, the first of which is poultry sheds must have a colour and finish that reduces visual recognition in the landscape, and another condition, external surfaces of poultry sheds must be in a non-reflective colour and material.
That sounds pretty good to me.
And sorry, I'll need to work on the staging one, so I'll just nick over to Wendy and we'll do some drafting.
Right. It could be other changes as well, Madam Chair, but that's...
Well, I was just thinking, Councillor Von Hopp. Yeah.
Thanks. I've got another one, Madam Chair. 103.4, to address Mr Gore's comments about the vegetation. So what we've got in there at the moment is that the landscape screening buffer must achieve a minimum average vegetation height of 5 metres within 5 years of planting, and I propose adding at the end of that 103.4, and dead trees be removed and replaced with plantings within 3 months. That's a season.
Can I get you to comment on that, Stuart, only because I remember years ago, well, certainly going through drought, how do you sort of get on if you've had conditions like they have been?
I think we can happily put the condition in, but if we're in drought conditions, then the applicant can actually apply for a delay
exemptions
in that. Yep.
I see.
So, I mean, it's important to have the condition that we want in place, and then we can work with the applicant in terms of that in a practical way. Is that okay?
Yeah. So were there any other queries or just about covered it?
Actually, we do have a maintenance condition. Just in relation to Councillor Von Hoff's maintenance point, there's a condition at 107. It reads, ongoing maintenance of the buffer area must be carried out on an as-needs basis and includes but is not limited to carrying out the following activities: the replacement of dead or dying vegetation, management of fire protection including reduction in litter build-up and control of weeds and other pests.
That was in the previous meeting. It's the same wording.
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate.
It's exactly the same wording. It was in the previous meeting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, okay, is that from the other? Oh, we could use the same condition.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I agree with that.
realise. Yeah.
I'm thinking, hang on a minute.
Yeah, we'll use the same condition.
And it probably it probably should be there as a matter of course.
And to pick up the point, yeah, okay, it's probably easier if we are consistent. We just use that condition. Yeah.
Did we get the finishes? Yes. We got the finishes, and this is about the vegetation. That was in the, but using that same wording, yeah. Jade? No, just the same wording.
You can go back to the quarry applications.
That's it there. Yeah.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it wouldn't be necessary then because it's already included in 107.
No, I think that was in the previous, the wording was in the
actually
previous.
covers it, yeah.
Too many.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I'm right?
Yes.
Okay.
It is the same wording, but it's was in the other one, but it is in this one at the moment. Okay. Okay. We're getting a bit nutty, aren't we?
Pardon me, Madam Chair, but instead of specifying a time period, it says as needed, or what, I've lost it now. As on an as needs basis. So
you would like to have a time frame?
Well, does on an as needs basis, does that address Mr. Gore's concerns that trees are dead and they're not replaced, and who determines when the need is there to replace it, I suppose?
Mm-hmm.
Is 3 months reasonable to specify?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The replacement of dead or dying vegetation within 3 months?
Adding within 3 months after vegetation.
Oh, identification. Don't think so. Full stop.
Full stop after months, I think, would do the trick.
That's what we're just trying to say.
Just 3 months.
When someone identifies that there's dead or dying vegetation. Is that what-
Yeah, well, just use your eyes and see it. It's not hard. I think just after 3 months.
Suggest Mr. Gore might identify quite quickly, and perhaps that would do the job.
Yep. 3 months.
Yeah.
Has that got it covered, do you think, councillors?
Well, happy to move.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Just summarising the... You might need a microphone, though.
Sorry.
And removal of condition 96.
Oh, was it? What's condition 96?
96 was the sediment is to be
Oh,
removed.
okay. Bear with me.
Yeah, good pickup, Stuart.
Oh, no, we've got that.
It's gone.
Condition, sorry, actually, I should
it
put.
gone?
Yeah,
It's gone.
we've got that.
That's Carol's sediment stuff.
Okay.
In summary?
Sorry, just heading back. Sorry. Sorry, Jaden.
There's a number of extension conditions throughout this chapter.
We've got that. We've picked up the staging ones, stage development, actually that goes.
Madam Chair, is it possible, and I think it's probably in the legislation, but you mentioned reverse amenity, shouldn't, be the same as what it is from their boundary? Why do we have a requirement? Is it planning requirement because I think it's totally unfair. Because I think, you know, if you can build within X distance from a neighbour who already exists, that neighbour should be able to build within that same distance from the actual new establishment.
Policy amendment coming up.
Oh, here we go. What do we want here?
Yes, not ours, unfortunately.
I feel
But
like I'm
I-
going to repeat myself, but I don't want to do that.
No, but is there any way we can get around that? Because I really, look, if I have property and someone comes and puts themselves, I don't care, you know, maybe it's a munitions factory or something, and that actually then puts a question mark over my use of my land through no fault of my own. It does affect the way people manage their property, and it does take away some options.
A workshop at another date?
Is that ours?
Yeah, well, look, it's something we can look at in the new scheme. It's been in all the schemes.
Yes, I know, I
I think
argued against
Toowoomba's was the only one didn't have it because they
Yes.
didn't have piggeries and poultry farms and the like. However, most of the other schemes that we had certainly had that reverse amenity provision in it.
But Stuart, I know a bit about that. We also had Mark Schuster working towards, for all the rural councils, working towards how we could amend that. So, and he did a whole lot of work, and then amalgamation came and it all went out the window.
And I think, look, I mean, we could remove it, and then it's, I guess, getting back to the caveat emptor, you know, buyer beware issue.
Madam Chair, excuse me, can we just stick to the subject?
Yes.
here?
So-
I've moved-
so-
I've
so-
moved them up.
I'm ready just to run
Point of
through them,
order.
councillors, just so you can confirm you're happy with that.
So I guess my question is, that's because of our planning scheme,
Yeah.
not because of state planning.
Oh, it's because of
Thank
our
you.
planning scheme, yes, and we can bring that back
Thank you.
specifically.
So, councillors, looking at the alternate motion, so in condition 1, we're just deleting reference to staging because we're requesting that it all be done in one stage. Sorry, bear with me. We then move, and I've just put the 2 conditions in relation to colours and reflectiveness as a new condition 7A and 7B. And bear with me. For completeness, that should have a full stop. Then conditions 10 to 12 all relate to staging. If we're deleting the staging, then I suggest an alternate condition 10, which just provides the development must be constructed in a single stage. And actually, I should keep that. And we've I noted, because we're deleting conditions 11 and 12, that there are no conditions 11 and 12, just so it doesn't look strange in terms of the numbering in the report. Again, just deleting references to staging in miscellaneous conditions. So condition 54 had a reference, so we've deleted it there. Condition 57, again, references to staging, so we've deleted those. Sorry, my finger's getting tired. Condition 80, this is the feed delivery and catching condition, where we changed that to be consistent with the original judgment condition, which Mr Gore referred to, except for the fact that we've changed the times from 5 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. What else have we got? The sediment, that sediment condition, removing that, and then identifying, just so it doesn't look strange in terms of the numbering, that there's no condition 96. Was that it? Oh, and the change to condition 1071 requiring the replacement of dead or dying vegetation within 3 months. I think that was everything, councillors. Sorry, Wendy.
Thanks so much, Danielle. That's terrific. That recommendation with the amendments to the conditions is there before you. Do I have a mover? Councillor McDonald. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? All those. So, one, Bill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's carried.
You'll have to call division.
Division, yeah. So all those against? was Carroll, Councillor Taylor, and Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Carr. Thanks, everyone. That's been a long afternoon, but I think a very fruitful, working, good outcome.
Meeting closed. Meeting closed. We get a motion.